Hi, welcome to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee meeting. Just want to get started. A couple of preliminary items, just how you can participate. You can, obviously, if you're watching, you figured it out, but you can either join us on the webinar, miamibeachfl.gov/gov.zoom. The code is 878-333-52956. There's a couple of phone numbers, 312-626-6799 and 888-475-4499. By the way, you can participate either in person, on Zoom, or calling in if you have a comment on a particular item. We're going to try to move through some items quickly. We have a couple of time certains, and I'll turn it over to Christina. We also have a couple of deferrals.
Mr. Chair, the items being deferred today are item number 1, number 11, number 16, and number 24.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, Commissioner Fernandez. I appreciate it. And now that election season is over, next week when we have our commission meeting, we'll have our full slate of 7 commissioners, and congratulations to Laura Dominiquez on her victory, and to Sabrina Cohen and all the other candidates for putting in a good race. It's not easy to be a candidate, so it's great when our residents participate in the process. Why don't we do the Pledge of Allegiance? And Christina, you want to start us off?
Sure.
Okay, I actually was going to start at the top, but I noticed we have some folks on item number 26. That's Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez item. So why don't we start with that?
Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, so I see that some of the people from Divine Hookah are here. The reason we have this item before us is sometimes we pass laws and there are unintended consequences. And when you look at Chapter 86 of our sidewalk cafe permits, 86 says the participant voluntarily agrees to not to allow smoking of any vapor generating devices, including but not limited to hookah smoking within the concession area. This basically could be construed to outlaw or prohibit any kind of smoking, which, as you know, in outdoor cafes, when you're in a tourist area, when you're on vacation, where are people supposed to smoke? They can't smoke on the beach, that's for sure. No, that was an inside joke because we banned smoking on the beach. No, literally, you're not. I don't think they're enforcing it. But anyway, the whole point of this is that certain people whose whole business model, who have been in business for decades in Miami Beach, have been put out of business. And we were hoping to, what this says is that the city manager would have in her jurisdiction the right to make a concession. But it can't just be the right to make a concession. There has to be some criteria there. So I would say that if you were in business, this is what I would propose. If you've been in business for more than 10 years and you don't have any violations, you don't have any code compliance issues, you've paid your bills, then you should be able, as a legacy business, to continue this model. We do not want more hookah bars or lounges, but there's something about this that doesn't seem right to prohibit it, completely putting people out of business. It's their livelihoods. I know that there were 16 families. You said something that really resonated with me. 20 families. And, I don't want to put 20 families, out of who depend on this business. We can't just get rid of their livelihood. It's basically on a whim, because a lot of this stuff, when you look at it, we have 87 different rules for sidewalk cafes, and that's fine. I'm fine with 86 of them. There's the chapter number 86. There has to be some way to change it so that there can be a legacy item. And we have Rob here. Rob, how do you suggest that we do this? I know that the administration said that the city manager would be able to take a look at this, but could we put some
at that point, that blurs the lines and takes us closer to being in the regulatory capacity rather than our proprietary capacity, where this case, the case challenging this system made clear that we have the most ability. That being said, the current model and the resolution approving the current contract, including paragraph 86, says that the city manager can negotiate something different with whoever she wants. There's nothing keeping her from doing that. So if she wanted, for some particular reason in a particular area or for a particular vendor, or if there was some equitable concern such as you raised, Commissioner, like the 10 years being in business and suddenly not being able to do it, she is free to completely strike paragraph 86. And at this point, under the resolution, all she needs to do is strike it and bring it back to you at a commission meeting, probably on the consent agenda, to ratify the agreement. So I would say it would be my personal preference that you not sort of throw new regulations into what we just got approved by the courts. And I would point out that if that was a direction that you wanted to give the city manager, that she should really consider using this power that she has, that you could do that from the dais sort of as just direction that she consider doing that. And then if she wants to do it and she thinks that it's in the best interest of the city, she could delete that paragraph for certain operators and bring it back to you for ratification.
So, and this is the ordinance that was passed June 22nd, 2022.
That's
So you're
correct.
saying in order for me to do this, I need to just speak to the city manager?
Well,
Or I
mean,
need to have it ratified also by the commission?
well,
It
look,
doesn't have to be ratified by the commission now.
right now, we just made a new rule in this concession agreement for the first time because the commission wanted to prohibit hookahs. So we included it in this agreement just 6 months ago.
Mhm.
If you wanted to relax that rule somewhat, I would suggest that the most effective way to do it would be, yes, you could speak to the city manager. The more sort of effective way would be for the commission to give direction as a whole to her to sort of consider that if she's not considering it already. But
But I don't need to get, look, first things first, I don't want to be accused of any wrongdoing by picking one business over another and saying, yes, you can strike paragraph 86 and one another. That's why I was
Right.
thinking of looking at criteria to make it fair, because,
Right.
obviously the commission doesn't want hookahs. Definitely my prohibitionist colleague up here, Alex Fernandez. I'm just kidding, Alex. Commissioner Fernandez might not want hookahs. I think then, I don't know if I should bring it, but what are you advising how do you feel about this, Commissioner Fernandez? Because I don't know where Commissioner Runners, how do you feel about that?
Let me start off by saying that I commend you for your compassion with this business owner, with this longtime business owner. That's not only a longtime business owner, but a family in our community, and for the families that depend on their jobs there. I feel a big sense of responsibility to protect what goes on the taxpayer's property. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with hookahs, but the feedback that I've received from our residents, from our constituents, is that they don't want it on the sidewalks. They don't care if it's happening within private establishments. It happens on Lincoln Road in private establishments, but the concern has been in the past when it's happened on the sidewalk. I don't want to weaken either a contract model that we finally, and it was one of my first pieces of legislation asking the city attorney's office to work on this, something that would be that would take the feedback we had gotten in the courts and apply it into something that was tight and would stand up the test of challenge in the courts. And we finally have that. We finally have what stands up to challenge in the courts. And I don't want to do something that could potentially weaken this contract model that has been successful in governing what goes on the public's property. So I just have that concern. If this were private property, all for it. My concern is that we're talking here, finally, we have a contract model to regulate our sidewalk cafes, protect quality of life, protect consumers, and protect the image of our city. And I would be concerned of anything that could potentially expose and weaken what is a strong contract model. And would changing this at this point, do you feel that it could potentially, Mr. Attorney, weaken what has been upheld in the courts?
I mean, it would be a minor issue for this particular subject, but yes, it would in a small way weaken the system, because the entire basis of the system is that you are not regulating what happens at the sidewalk cafes, that you have given the city manager the discretion to decide what is in the city's best interest as far as sidewalk cafes, and we are managing them just like we manage any of our other properties that we lease, like when we lease an office building or a storefront to Taste Bakery or something along those lines.
Mhm.
We do that as a landlord, and we don't do it by passing laws to regulate those areas. And so if we, to the extent that we treat our outdoor dining concessions in that way as consistently as we can, it will help maintain the stability of the system that we just got approved. But I would point out that it's a total policy call. If you guys want to allow hookahs all together, if you want to allow hookahs in one or more places, that is something that is totally a policy call.
Look, you can't even vape because of paragraph 86. Tourists come and I mean, I think it's overkill. Look, we don't have to change this contract at all. But administratively, Alina could make a concession.
Through the chair of your yield, my concern is specifically that when it's waived for one entity, but then another entity requests for it to be waived and it's not waived to them, for them, do we end up there in a situation where our contract model that has been upheld in courts is potentially no longer defensible in court?
Look, here's the thing. The beauty of this system and what this system got for us and what was approved by the courts is that we have a degree of subjectivity that is allowed in our proprietary capacity that isn't usually allowed to us when we regulate as the government. And so just like when we're deciding who we're going to rent our buildings to or our storefronts to, we can say, we like you and we don't like this other one. And so we're going to do business with you and we're not going to do business with that other one. And so, yes, someone could sue, but in reality, what we've achieved here is the ability to pick and choose who we want to do business and under what terms. The only exclusion, the only sort of exception to that is anything that's protected under the Constitution. So if you were discriminating based on race between one business owned by a Black person and one person owned by a white person, that obviously you couldn't just pick and choose. But as long as you could come up with some rational reason that isn't arbitrary and capricious why you wanted one business to be able to do something and another business not to be able to, you would be on solid ground. Right now, it's the most sort of solid and stable because we just don't allow hookahs, period. But to the extent that you wanted to direct the city manager or the city manager decided that she wanted to have some exception for some establishments to be able to offer hookahs, she has that power right now to do so with your ratification of the agreement.
Can I see something? Please. Look, Alina, we've given her our trust to run the city. She knows that she has the discretion. If they are a business that, you can easily Yelp a business and find out if it's one of the good ones or one of the businesses that are causing trouble. We also have a record of code compliance issues, non-payment of possible fines or violations. But if they're a legacy business and they haven't ever done anything, and it's not going to weaken the contract model, because the whole beauty is that we're signing a contract with these people. We're now under contract. It's no longer the law of the land, which is subjective. It's contractual terms. Okay. And this would not, for us, this is not a big item. For these people, it's their livelihood.
Right.
So, I would just make a motion, because I know we have a lot of things to go on today. We can move it to the full commission, depending on what you guys say. Make a motion to move it to the full commission so that Alina could potentially have the jurisdiction under this circumstance. Depending, she has to review the whole thing, but all we're doing is giving her the opportunity to say yes or no, removing it from us and giving it to the city manager. Are you okay with that?
I'll second
then-
your motion just to continue the discussion. Because my question is, what is the recommendation of the city administration on this?
I don't know that we have a recommendation that we can share with you today, but I think that the commission has spoken and they've passed the legislation that we're talking about. I would think that the city manager, if she were going to take on this, have this discretion, she would probably want to be able to hear from all of the commission before she took such an action and started being possibly arbitrary.
And if I could just clarify, what's on the table today that Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is proposing is simply a minor tweak to what is already there. Like I said, she has the ability to strike that provision from the contract and then get it ratified by the commission afterwards. What the proposal on the table is that she would have the ability to do that even and not come back to the commission and get it approved, that she would have that power just at her own discretion. That's what the resolution discussion item says. And you could come up with some sort of different permutation on that if you wanted to, but that's currently what is on the table.
So,
I think he wants to speak. You wanna
yes,
give her a
Claudia,
moment?
would you like to come up? And then while she's coming up, my motion is to move it to the full commission so that we just push this into Alina's court and trust her that she has good judgments on making these contracts.
And let's, a couple minutes each, because I'd like to give the 3:30. I'd like to move on to the next item.
Hi.
My name is Claudia Herman and I'm the owner of Divine Hookah Lounge. I'm the first person to bring hookahs to South Florida. And my establishment has been always serve hookahs from the royal families to the locals. We have 20 employees and this continues. My business is going out of business. There's people, they come and they look at me like I'm crazy because I don't let them smoke outside. They come from all over the world because of the weather in Miami. They want to come sit down on Lincoln Road. This law was created because all the craziness in other parts of the city, not because of the problems on Lincoln Road. Lincoln Road never had problems. And we only have issues with homeless and stuff like that, but we never had a problem with guns or stuff that will violate the regulations of the city. And in Lincoln Road, we have 3 people, these 2 gentlemen and me, that if this continues like this, our business would be out of business. Last time I talked to Mr. Fernandez, he told me that he will not want business on Lincoln Road to close because it's not good. And I need your help. It's my savings. I'm there every single day to make sure that there is no problems. Everything's get controlled. And meanwhile, people don't sit. So please help us.
I own a business also. We've been in business for 6 years. We have good reputation. You can see that in our reviews. Locals know us, international people know us. We have 20 families who rely on us. We are not a party place. People know us. We are family-oriented business. And the problem here is that there's a misconception because our employees, they send me pictures of places in other areas where they have private property, but it's outdoor. And you cannot differentiate between private property and public property. And they tell me why this restaurant is allowed to have hookah And you're not, you've been doing it for 6 years and you're licensed to do it. And when you try to explain them, they don't understand it because it's not logical. You know, when you see a business that has private area, it's outdoor and it's connected by an invisible line with private property, and they're allowed to do it. And those are the businesses that are bringing the bad crowds. Those are the businesses that you see on newspapers where crimes are happening. But people know us for years. They come from other states to visit us. They benefit the city when they spend their money here. They do tourism and they have a relaxed environment when they come here. We're not troublemakers. We're just regular businesses trying to feed our families and do a hard work, you know.
Okay,
This is Erdem Aynalı. I'm the owner of Groovies on Lincoln Road. I'd just like to second everything they said. We already talked about this before. It's just our business model is around hookah, a hookah service, and that comes with it. So people just don't come here to smoke hookah. That's the biggest loss of our part of our business, because they smoke hookah, they drink, they eat, and this is how we make our revenue. We've been doing this for 10 years. She's been here for 2 decades. Remy will be here, has been here for six years, and I also have 16 employees and their families working as well. And this new ordinance heavily affected our business, heavily. And it only affected us, as they said, if you go to Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue, the places who wasn't serving hookah before, now they all are, because it's an opportunity. Entire Lincoln Road, you cannot smoke hookah anymore. But if you go to Collins Avenue now, it used to be 2-3 restaurants. Now everybody's serving hookah. Ocean Drive has been, and I was just there yesterday. It's full, people smoking hookah. And then, as he said, we cannot even tell that to the customers who is here for 3-4 days. They say, I can smoke there, but not here. It's still outside. Say, there is this line and this and that. You know what? They don't care. They go and they don't come back. And we keep every day, we keep this ordinance the way it is. We keep losing customers, and most of them are not coming back. And also, just returning this, I think it's a mistake. Just returning this, that part of the ordinance is not something against the whole contract. We are not against the whole contract. I don't want people to hawking. I don't want excess parking either. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I'm raising 3 kids in this neighborhood. I'm not against the whole thing. I'm sure they can vouch for it as well. It's just the hookah is, as she said, is it wasn't intended, I hope, you know, but it's just a little mistake that we need to return it back. I don't see any problem. And as she said, you guys can basically do it.
I'm
Okay.
sorry,
Why don't
sir, but your time is up.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very
Why don't we do this? Why don't we send it back with an unfavorable recommendation to commission? I want to, first of all, I want to speak to our city manager, get her view. My view coming in here today was twofold. And one is that there needs to be a valid public purpose. And my understanding was that our city manager had some serious concerns about this. And secondly, Rob, you were not as concerned as I thought, based on what I believe to be, we are opening ourselves up to litigation. And we've seen this before. Our city manager we had businesses that were giving us a lot of problems. I know that's not you. And she got slammed by the court because they said she was just being arbitrary. It's very, very difficult once we start making those determinations. So we have to weigh all those factors, but why don't we send it to the commission with an unfavorable? I'm taking your sort of lead, Mark, on that, as you said you'd want to hear weigh in from all the commissioners. So we'll do that.
And Mr. Chair.
Wait.
I think will we ever have a chance, like more than 2 minutes of 3 people?
You know,
we can explain. We have a lot of points.
By the way, you can reach out to each commissioner privately,
She did too.
and we have, but we have 26 items, I think, on. We're not even going to get to all of them. So
I'm not saying today, but with the city manager, maybe if we can. have
Absolutely.
15 minutes, you know, not 2
but
minutes.
yes, reach out.
Before you guys make a decision.
During the COVID time, you guys had curfews from 16 down, from these down. Why you guys cannot make an exception for Lincoln
Okay, then
Road?
we really need
Lincoln
to-
Road does-
By the way, we don't make any final determinations today, so we could keep going back and forth, but we're not going to make a final decision here. We need a full commission.
Can I say something? Groovies has been in business forever. I think that putting people out of business is almost criminal, especially given the amount of vacancies on Lincoln Road. And here you have three thriving businesses that are not going to close. So what are you guys encouraging? 3 more vacancies. Congratulations. It's very, for me, it's very disappointing. And you're going to hate what I'm going to say next. But I think also the way that we create exceptions is bizarre, because it's okay in our world to create an exception for Stories south of Fifth because it's billionaire David Gretman and his posse. But then, you've got some a minority woman who owns a business and she doesn't get the exception. So, I'm gonna, I really think you've never seen Groovies before, the sign for Groovies, Commissioner Fernandez. We're putting people out of business. This is, by the way, hookah is, and
Why
we
is,
might not
why is the
smoke
hookah so,
hookah.
don't people come to eat?
The people come to
It's a,
smoke.
No, because
it's a cultural activity.
it's drinking tea and smoking.
It's a cultural
hookah.
activity. It's not a partying
People
activity.
think.
Chair.
It's cultural.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Commissioner Fernandez the last word, and we have to move on. We're moving it on with unfavorable recommendation. It'll be on, which commission meeting is it gonna be on?
Let me ask a question.
Is it gonna be on December, sorry,
You would
December,
have
January?
to, you would have to direct us, the commission agenda is going
It's
to
your
approve
item,
today.
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez.
Yeah, you're printed.
Forward with an unfavorable recommendation.
Well, but let me ask something. I feel very uncomfortable moving this forward. Number one, with an unfavorable recommendation. Now it's gonna be a 4-day rulable item on the agenda, because I think the agenda already printed. Number two, I would rather, when we have an item like this, that's important to businesses in our city and that's important to our colleagues, and our colleagues have gone out of their time to work with the city attorney's office on crafting policy. I think it's important for us to have the professional recommendation of our city administration before we vote on this. And Commissioner, would you mind if we defer this to the next meeting so that we can get the recommendation of the city administration, and maybe with that recommendation, we can craft an actual, something constructive to send back to the city commission? If it's not this, some sort of something that may be more constructive.
Commissioner Fernandez, every day that goes by, they're losing money. This is number 1 season. They're paying rent. So we're just gonna arbitrarily kick it down. I mean, I'd rather at least tell them if no is no, then at least they're gonna find out next week and they're not gonna stay around for an additional 30 days, not knowing what the outcome is. I mean, this is their entire business model. I mean, if it's gonna fail, let it fail next week. And if you're gonna vote it down. If I were you guys, I would go. I'd be go and speak to them again and explain why it's important. Maybe show them, well, you can't show them, but inside the business, they're smoking hookahs right now. So maybe you guys could go and see the business. If it's going to be a no and it's going to fail, then fine, let it happen next week. But you have my support on this. I don't believe in killing businesses. And I do think that it's a fine line, because you know what? We banned alcohol stores, then the 2 I Love Liquor, then they had to move next door and then they went out of business. Now we've got 3 hookah businesses. I understand that for some businesses, I understand the intent, but the unintended consequences of putting people out of business that are generating tax revenue for the city and that are good operators and don't have any problems, that is a problem. There was no problem on Alton Road. There really is no problem on Lincoln Road. And it's really sad that because we can't get control of Ocean Drive, that the rest of the city is suffering. I mean, anyway, I would ask you to move it forward and if you're going to vote it down next Wednesday instead of extending this torture for them an additional month.
This is a seasonal town. We cannot wait 2 months. I mean, the people, this is the high season. When the people come, winter come, they come here.
I've spoken to the city manager about this. I think the administration will have a recommendation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, this is Commissioner Fernandez, parking. Bicycle lanes more specifically.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I placed this item on the agenda because we are working on expanding our bicycle infrastructure throughout the city. Part of what we're doing is that we're creating a shared use path hopefully soon that will connect with the bicycle lanes on Prairie Avenue. And what I've observed, especially in Mid Beach, close to the schools, and it's observed it also in South Beach though, is bicycle lanes are being obstructed by UPS. They're being obstructed by Amazon, by the Postal Service, by landscapers, by, electricians, by people in general. We really, on paper, we have a transportation network. On paper, we have a bicycle network that we are developing. But do we really have that network when the bicycle lanes that we've created are obstructed? And so we're planning the development of facilities and expanding our bicycle facilities, such as the shared use path, thinking that we're connecting bicyclists to a bicycle lane, when in reality, that bicycle lane is nothing more than a parking lane right now. And so we need to step up the enforcement on these bicycle lanes. We need to make sure that we are not allowing parking there, and that when parking is occurring there, that we are actively enforcing that. And I feel that the best way to do it is if we actually do have at least one parking enforcement officer on bicycle going to these areas and enforcing the parking on these bicycle lanes, not from the vantage point of a pedestrian bicycle enforcement, of a pedestrian parking enforcement officer, and not from the vantage point of a parking enforcement officer from a car, but from the vantage point of a parking enforcement officer that is on a bicycle, having to use that bicycle lane to ensure that we really do have a safe, clear path for our bicyclists. And that's the intent of this item, Mr. Chair. I welcome your feedback and the feedback of the city administration.
Hello, Monica.
Good afternoon, commissioners, chair and vice chair. Monica Beltran, parking director. So you have my commitment that we will create a bicycle unit to address this. I do want to highlight, because I always like to tell you so that we have clear expectations, that because bicycle lanes are often placed right in front of business and home doors, right? That deliveries or ADA situations where you may be bringing an elderly relative and you need to help that person enter, that legally people are allowed to park, if even momentarily, to drop somebody off. Okay, so we will, I can't say that putting somebody, and it would be more than one, but that putting somebody on a bike, I think it'll help. I think you hit on the head too, when you said landscapers, they should never be blocking a lane. However, some people place their landscapers on the street and not on their swell if we're working on it. And so when we go and tell them that they can't be there, residents become very upset. But we will do our best, and we will create the bike unit, and then I will provide you feedback if we encounter any unusual situations.
Mr. Chair. Monica, so you mentioned deliveries. Deliveries are allowed to park on bicycle lanes?
They're not allowed to park on bicycle lanes. I think the issue we encounter there is that, for example, you have a big delivery and you're in front of the business door, or small packages, or a building. You live in a building and there's a bike lane in front of you, and bike lanes can continue for a while. So they have to stop somewhere. And usually, which is the ideal way, is that these bike lanes are placed where there used to be a park spot, right? So absent of going on a bike lane, they must stop on a traffic lane or potentially walk a block. We can do that. It's just that, unfortunately or fortunately, many of us are buying things online, and there are more and more deliveries.
And my bigger concern is especially those areas closer to schools.
That's for sure.
Because those are areas where, you know, we're dealing with children, obviously. And we want to make sure that we have the safest of conditions there. And so, any effort you can do with the bicycle unit, that'd be great. By when do you anticipate being able to have this bicycle unit running?
So I'm gonna try to do this as soon as possible within a month, but I need to talk also to unions and also to employees to make sure that the employees are fit to and feel comfortable doing this. And so I want to dot all my i's and cross all my t's so that we're successful.
Do you think in January you could come back and update the committee on this?
Isn't yeah, I'll do that. Absolutely.
That'd be perfect. Perfect.
So I have other items. You guys want to?
Yeah, and I don't know if colleagues, if you have any feedback on this, any suggestions?
Yeah, I think you covered it. Obviously, that we have quite a bit of coverage, but you're gonna hit the schools, and there are clearly some more frequented bicycle lanes. I mean, I know some in front of residential areas. I've never actually seen somebody, so you could probably hit the high volume corridors.
We will prioritize safety.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you,
we'll
Monica.
prioritize that.
Great. Why don't we call item number 8?
That's me too.
Actually, let's do, because I think somebody wanted to speak on that. Why don't we do number 7? That's also yours, Commissioner
Me too.
Fernandez.
Yes. So I brought item number 7, because let me just open up the item. All right. I brought item number 7, because clearly there's going to be a lot of work going on in the vicinity of the Botanical Garden. Recently, our voters approved the expansion of the Holocaust Memorial Education Center, which certainly is very important. That's going to be undergoing construction, and when that happens, parking is going to be further limited for the Botanical Garden. It's incredible the amount of people who want to go to the Botanical Garden, and I saw that a little bit yesterday when I stood outside the Botanical Garden, the amount of people that try to reach it by car. And my concern is what's going to happen once we start construction. Where are people going to park for the Botanical Garden? You know, recently we redid Convention Center Drive a few years ago. I know we lost parking there. We also put the armadillos for bicycle protection on Meridian Avenue. So we lost a number of parking spaces there. So I feel kind of like we're already at a deficit, because whenever I see the parking for the Botanical Garden, it's always packed. So they already lack sufficient parking. So what will be the plan and what will be the solution to make sure that that the Botanical Garden and the Holocaust Memorial have sufficient parking to accommodate their activities?
So that law to be lost, service both the Botanical Garden and the Holocaust Memorial. So traditionally what happens is the attendees will park in our City Hall garage. That's what they would normally do. I suggested that possibly we create a path or something between the City Hall garage, and make it attractive so people can follow a path, almost make it part of the experience. You're going to a botanical garden, so it might make it really pretty to get there. But in addition, I've been working with Maria regarding parking at the convention center as well. They're both in proximity. 17th Street Garage is also not far, but there are garages in the vicinity that can be accessed by visitors. In fact, when the Holocaust Memorial has events, etc., they purchase parking in the City Hall garage.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'm so glad that you brought this up. I actually have an item on tomorrow's agenda that's similar, but what I wanted to possibly do, and I spoke with the people from the Botanical Garden yesterday, was to do a little carve out of the park, which is really just flat grass when you're standing across the street from the botanical garden. If you look out, it's from the entrance, there's like a patch of flat grass with no trees. Can't we just do a little carve out,
A path.
no, I'm saying take a little swath and do like 20, just a 20-car surface lot. So that people were coming in and out of the garden. And by the way, the botanical garden said that they would, if we're gonna pave it and put some spots right there, they could put beautiful trees on the lot. We could make it like something really pretty, and I don't think it's gonna be too intrusive. That way they'll get the spots that they're getting taken away from them by the Holocaust. And it's just an easy way to get in and out of the
Commissioner,
garden if you're gonna go visit.
if you would note, I believe it's depicted in the map. There are spaces on 19th Street. It was a back and forth, a continuous back and forth until we were able to salvage some of the spaces that are on street right now. So there will be some. So if your thought was to be considered, you would have to look at a strategic location so that we don't remove on-street parkings to create off-street parking.
Right.
Because there is on-street parking.
And one other thing, as we get rid of these parking lots across the city, we're stripping the parking department of a lot of revenue, and remember that they have bond monies and things that they have to pay.
Mhm.
So when we take parking spaces away, we really should put them back, and these surface lots will definitely earn us monies, but people will pay for it. So if we'll have the new, hopefully pay by phone app. And if you put those spots there, I think they're really necessary. The garden, people do a lot. I see how many tourists and visitors and people visit the garden, but a lot of times they just want to go in and get something or do something and come out, and they just can't right now. It's impossible.
And Mr. Chair,
Do you like my idea? Would you consider it?
I'm all for that. I mean, originally my idea was similar. I was contemplating if we should remove the median that's there, and I don't think we should be doing that, getting the feedback of area residents. I don't know what's the feasibility of doing angle parking there on 19th Street. Because right now there's parallel parking there. And so the idea, I guess, would be to do angled parking so that we can maximize the availability of parking there.
Good afternoon, Maria Hernandez. I'm the Giovanni Program Director, but as you all know, I was involved in the entire campus design.
Yes.
So we have 22 parking spaces now. If we were to put angled parking, there's a much bigger overall issue here. It could be discussed maybe at another meeting, but the reason for the design and the way that this is right now is because we have to remember that at the end of the day, this is an area that has to accommodate a lot of trucks in order to be able to load in and load out all of the shows that go into the building. When you put parking, angled parking along these streets, predominantly 19th Street, a lot of those spaces won't really be able to be used at a time when you have a lot of trucking. This last week is the perfect example of what happens. Now, if you're going to do angled parking inside the medians, you will have to get rid of all the trees that we have planted there.
No, and that was in my original referral, and I
Right.
deleted that from my original referral. But just help me understand here. Right now, we have parallel parking there.
Yes,
The situation that you're describing that's going to happen with angled parking is the same situation we have right now with the parallel parking. That during move in and move out for these major activations at the convention center, the trucks are there and the parking
Right.
can't be used. But when we don't have the move in and move out, they are perfect spaces for people who want to go to the garden and in the future to the Holocaust Memorial.
correct. But right now you have 2 lanes on both sides of that median. And that would probably have to go down to 1 lane if you have angled parking.
And
Angled
just-
parking is deeper than parallel, than, the parking you have now. You would lose a lane.
And do we need 2 lanes of traffic there?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a heavily trafficked area when you have
Activations.
trucking and heavy traffic control and everything. I mean, it's unfortunately not really conducive to having it as a little parking lot. It just, the other thing too is that it's the entrance to our building. I mean, we removed the trucks for a reason. We removed the cars for a reason and put them on the roof of the building. What our suggestion was, or we were thinking, and of course we would have to have this discussion with our building operator, is let's allow the people to park on the roof. I mean, we put 800 spaces on the roof of the building. There's 384 spaces on that side. If there's a way that we can have residents go up the helix and go all the way over to the south side, they can come down an elevator that pops them out right there, almost in front of the botanical garden. I mean, that's an option. But that's something we would have to work out with the building operator.
We promised the residents a park. Okay, but now you got a park with no parking. And the one parking that we did have, we gave away. So why can't we just take a small slice of this massive patch of grass that is browning and hot and just put a mini surface lot with some pretty trees? Because I get it, Maria, but also if anybody wants to use the park, they don't want to go up a helix and park on there. You want to get to a park, you want to throw a ball around a little bit, you just want to drive up, go, for both ways. And by the way, it's ruining people's ability to vote. They don't want to vote at the botanical garden because there's no place to park. And nobody wants to park at 17th Street. They're coming from work, they're dressed in work clothes. So now we've made the botanical garden the largest voting precinct in the city, and we've removed their ability to park anywhere around there. It's a problem. We need to replace the spaces. I don't know how we're going to do that. I mean, why not just do angled parking, take a swatch of the park, relocate the trees, and give us some parking.
I think that's easier said than done. We would have to redesign our entire drainage system that's on that street. We also have a huge pump station on that street. We are close to our sculpture, which is on the corner. We just relocated those giant calophyllums to the opposite corner. We have the workout equipment right there as well. It's a major redesign. It's major. I mean, I know what it's going to take. It's major.
Mr. Chair, have we looked at the striping of Convention Center Drive and the possibility of I'll tell you this. Convention Center Drive for a lot of people is very confusing to navigate. Let's start off with that, with the current striping situation. And then on top of that, it has resulted in I think in a significant loss of parking there. Have we looked at what potential parking we could gain if we were to look at possible restriping of Convention Center Drive?
Right now, there's no parking on Convention Center Drive at all, except for the parking spaces that are right in front of our building.
But there used to be. There used to be,
but that was before the new design. This design is designed to control traffic in a certain way. On the east side of the medians, you have the traffic that really wants to queue up in front of the building. On the west side of the median, you still have the north-south traffic. And again, it's all about traffic control over this whole campus, which is very intense during shows. So it did not make itself, it doesn't have any more parking on Convention Center Drive at all.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not satisfied with the answers I'm getting today here. I don't think that sending people into the garage is necessarily the best option. I think people will not go to the botanical garden if the option is to park in the garage or 17th Street.
Or City Hall.
City Hall, I think that's an option if we provide better connectivity between City Hall and the botanical garden. Unfortunately, it's a zigzag through Pride Park in order to get to the botanical garden. I would like to ask staff to look at options, to come back with some better recommendations to safely accommodate some additional on-street parking. Because if not, we've taken a facility that was accessible to elderly people, to people who perhaps can't walk as well, or to people who can't ride a bicycle, and we've made it only for a certain segment of our population that does not serve the inclusiveness of our entire population. We have seniors that would want to go to the park. We have people who can't ride a bicycle that would want to go to the park and to
How
the
long do you
botanic
need-
garden,
How long do you need?
and they
to
wouldn't be
come-
able to right now.
How long do you need to come up with those options? Commissioner Fernandez mentioned.
I'll have to talk to CIP because this whole campus was designed, you know, holistically. I'll have to talk to CIP and the city manager and see, this would be a project and it would be a capital project. And it would require a big redesign. So we have to look at everything. We also have power around the park, that was installed by Florida Power and Light. We have a lot of utilities. We'd have to look at all of that.
But I have a question. When did the idea for the educational center come up?
The Holocaust Memorial?
For the education center, the expansion?
I don't know that.
I think it was more recently.
It was recent. Yes, they
Okay.
are doing their
So
drawings
we're
right now.
able- So I guess my point is, and that's very important, and we're doing it, and we were able to find a way to incorporate it into a design that was already designed. You know, it's not an impossible feat. It's something that can be done. And so I trust you, Maria. You're very talented and you're an incredible problem solver. As is David Martinez at CIP. So if you guys could look at this, how much time would you need in order to come back with some options to improve parking here?
Maybe a couple of months.
February,
I can't-
February public safety meeting?
I mean, do you think you could come back at least with an update of where you're at, what you're considering at the February public safety meeting?
The thing is, I mean, we would have to go to commission and get a directive from the commission to change this campus design. I just don't, I mean, we'll come back with some idea, but they would ultimately have, all of you would have, as a body, would
Of
have to
course.
decide.
Well, I mean, that's
To make a
procedural, just-
modification of this magnitude, it's not a capital project that we have on the books right now. Everybody knows how much we have. We now have the Geo Bond for Arts and Culture. You know, and this is a major project. As you know, the Holocaust Memorial does not have a mandate to replace the parking that they're taking from the lot. It is not a development order for them. So it would be on us.
If this was some like gorgeous campus thing, I'd say, you know what, you're right. But Maria, it's a big patch of grass with some trees surrounding it. All we want to do is create some parking. And I don't think paving over a little portion is going to affect the drainage system. I mean, I'm no engineer, but I think that just like creating some spaces in an area that's really, if it was attractive, I'd tell you fine. But I was out there yesterday for many hours staring at it, and I got to tell you, it looks like nothing, and people can't get to it. So I think what we should do is move it to the full commission and get the direction to create the parking that the Botanical Garden needs. Okay, and that way you can get the direction that you need. And also we need to prioritize this because now we have a garden that's functioning and a park, and there's no way to get there or park without walking a very, very long, uncomfortable distance. Unless we can put as much street parking as possible, parking on 18th Street. I don't know if.
Commissioner Fernandez, your item, and then I really want to wrap this up in 60 seconds. And
Doesn't have to
I
be-
did promise Matt 1 minute also.
What I would want to make sure is that whatever parking we're losing in the parking lot, we replace on the street somewhere close by. And so if the body supports sending this back to commission to provide direction for them to go back and study this and come back with options, that's fine. I'll make the motion and we can send this back to commission for direction.
What
I
about-
know a lot of times items are in committee and staff reviews and studies and provides suggestions on things while they're still on committee. So that when we send something to commission, you know, the time of the full bodies on something that's already a little bit more baked, but I'm happy to do that. Let's send this to commission. Let's seek that direction. Maybe the body doesn't want to replace the parking. I don't know. Maybe. But let's do it. I agree with you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and we might end up, by the way, just getting the Holocaust Memorial to say, you know, in the interim, put parking on 18th Street so that people can at least get there. And then require the Holocaust Memorial to replace whatever parking spaces they're getting from getting that land. So that at least when they build the new facility, they can add those parking spots. We gave them the land. I mean, maybe they can, you know. Finance.
I don't
that-
wanna-
So this
that
is going to
parking.
commission for discussion and approval on whether we want to come up with some options.
Right,
Yes,
Okay.
in February. Let's just take it to commission in February.
let's.
No.
Take it to commission now.
No,
Oh, the
Yeah,
day
we're
after-
gonna take it
next
now.
week?
Yeah.
without the options, just whether the commission
I
wants
see.
to.
Okay.
Because basically, obviously, you'd be spending quite a bit of time on these options.
Yes.
Should you be even spending that time? We'll decide that at commission level.
Okay.
So, okay, Matt, I did promise you to get the last word.
And also, Mr. Chair, we also have two people for public
great, thanks.
comments. Matt, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Matthew Goltanoff. By the way, I'm screaming inside listening to this conversation. It's almost, and not to be disrespectful, this is with all due respect, what's wrong with the city right now and trying to get around and mobility, which of course we saw this past weekend. We actually discussed this item at the Transportation Parking Bicycle Pedestrian Facilities Advisory Committee last month. And while we didn't pass any sort of motion on this, we were all in agreement that the best option is the nearly 800 car parking garage directly across Convention Center Drive from the Botanical Gardens. And this past weekend during Art Basel, I had the great fortune of being able to see that garage and to go up that large circular helix. So it felt like it was never going to end, by the way. And we have this great facility right across the
Very
street.
poor cell phone service, I might add.
I wasn't texting while I was going up, but there's a garage right across the street, 800 cars. To think that we want to pave over Pride Park, which I know there aren't a lot of fans of, including yourself, Commissioner.
I don't think that's what she said.
But I mean, look, the expense, you have your professional staff here who's basically telling you not to do this. The expense that's required to do so, I mean, we could take those millions of dollars because that's what it's going to be, and you can make Pride Park better and make it more inviting for people that live in the neighborhood and that visit from all over the city, the state, and the world to this place. The Convention Center campus is not a great place to go to walk around, as we saw. There's no shade along any of the sidewalks, and there's so many improvements that you can make, and to think that you're going to want to spend these resources, both dollars and limited staff resources. There's a process when development happens. The educational center is approved. It has all the approvals, perhaps maybe not the building permits, but it has design review approval. And they reviewed the parking situation there. So it's not an unknown.
And by
I
the
just
way,
gotta-
as you know, we're just sending this to commission, and the commission will decide whether we even want the options for staff to spend time on the resources to come up with options. So that's what we're doing now, and
Understood. It'll probably be on consent, and there, won't be an opportunity unless someone speaks at Sutnick to opine on that. This is the opportunity.
or any commissioner could push it. No, I'm happy for your.
I'm just
for
saying,
comments.
there's a huge garage right across the street. There's a couple other 1,000 spots in the other garages in the, short vicinity of this area. If people want to go to the Botanical Gardens, I think they're going to go regardless. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt. Why don't we go to item number 8?
Mr.
That is
Chair? Mr. Chair, we do have public comments, sorry. Our first caller has a first name of Inez. You are muted. We'll go to our second caller, Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes.
I appreciate the neighborhood committee analyzing the loss of parking across Miami Beach. Thousands of spots have been lost, given away to developers or to office space, or pack friends at South Point Park, or we've lost thousands of spots. And I really love that we have an educational center for the killing of millions of people through centuries, not just the Germans. And it's not an attack on people, Germans or the Spanish in 1492. It's about respecting life and and I love that whole environment. It's going to be wonderful if they do it right. But we are losing parking. And I don't know if there's a good way to solve this problem. You know, if the city's saying it's going to be millions of dollars to add parking, it clearly doesn't make sense, but we need to protect the parking that exists today for residents. Beyond this, I have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but certainly during election periods, that we provide, the city provided will cost, you know, tens of thousands rather than millions. Valet parking for the elderly or the handicapped during election periods or special events, free of charge to the elderly and to the handicapped people so that they can drive there and not have to walk those distances to that ugly garage. But I love you guys. Thank you very much.
We love you.
Thank you, Wayne. We ready to?
Yeah, and just 2 points. Number one, to Matthew's point, maybe this shouldn't be a consent item. And so if this does make it onto the agenda for next week, I don't mind it not being a consent item if it's okay with this body. Number two, I'm grateful that you guys took it up at the transportation committee, at the pedestrian transportation committee. I can never remember the full title of it. And parking, there we go. But what I would also like to do is maybe we can ask the Disability Access Committee and the Senior Affairs Committee to give us their suggestions as well, because maybe parking is not what serves them best. Maybe they feel, you know, maybe we expand the freebie service. Maybe there was a trolley stop there. Maybe there's something else that they feel that may serve their needs better. And some of the concerns that I've received have been from individuals who are seniors or from individuals who are disabled. So I'd like to ask or give them the opportunity to weigh in on this as well, flag the item so that they know it's on our portfolio of legislation.
Great. Okay, we really got to move these items quicker because we're never going to get through these agendas.
In the interim, why don't we use the Helix, like Maria said, and we can create some signage and at least have some place for people to park for free. I don't know how that's gonna work, but maybe you guys can work on something where we have a sign at the Botanical Garden, park across the street in the convention center so people know. And they can use the Helix and they'll be able to do that for free, Maria.
We'd have to talk to the building operator and parking and see how we can make that work.
When is the construction supposed to
Just
start?
two
Do you know?
items.
That's another issue, commissioners, that there's going to be construction in both of those facilities at the same time, pretty much. Holocaust Memorial and Botanical Garden are going to have a lot of construction in the very near future. So
I actually, we've been going 35 minutes and I have to cut this off because we're never going to get through. I think we have direction. You're bringing it to commission.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Item number
Okay.
8.
Thank you
I
so
know-
Can
much.
you add the Helix to your motion?
Yeah, we can make it all one item. If you want to just merge the 2 items, make it one item.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
and we
putting it
both-
from the Wednesday's agenda.
we
'cause
both
we're
sponsor
redoing it.
together.
Okay. Great.
Item
Thank
number
you,
8,
colleagues.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, valet parking.
Okay, yes, can you add me as a co-sponsor to the Botanical Garden item?
As a sponsor, not even a co-sponsor, just put Commissioner Wilson Gonzalez as a sponsor.
So this item, I'm actually changing a lot. I'm changing that 2,500 square foot rule. And the only thing that I would be proposing in this item is the removal of the $2,000 valet plan. No, this is not, I'm not presenting this right now. This is not, okay, I'm deferring this item for a month because this is not exactly what.
For purposes of discussion with the committee, that's all. So
Okay.
that you all have it, so I can walk you through what's being presented.
What I would like to do so that I better understand this is I am going to,
Let's just have a brief discussion so we all know what we're trying to accomplish.
the only thing that I'm deferring this item. Thank you.
Okay. Item is deferred. Let's hear item number 5. It's actually my item, but I will turn it over to you at first, Monica.
So Commissioner, thank you so much for the opportunity to address this. I have always worked, and I think your fellow commissioners will agree, with transparency and with nothing but the best interest of the department and the elected bodies in the city at large. So when I took over, I really took over an unraveling department that we built up again and are quite successful. I like to use different measures, but one of the things I'll tell you is that when Standard & Poor's came out and did a rating evaluation for credit, they changed our outlook from negative to stable. And they cited many of the management tools that we're using to take the department back to profitability, which I'm going to say we are profitable again. That being said, there is that presentation, that PowerPoint that was submitted by resident and employee Jose Obando. So what I did was, because that was so long, etc., what I did was I went to the summary of that PowerPoint and attempted to respond to every item that was included. So again, it is, I try to work in transparency and with the best interest. If there is a suggestion that makes sense, I don't reject it. On the contrary, I think constructive criticism leads to success. So eliminate.
Yeah, and that's the purpose of my bringing the item. We get so much feedback from individuals all the time. And some of them are really good suggestions that obviously we pass along. And on this one, I thought it was worth a conversation and looking through how we operate, how we do things. Is there other municipalities that do things a little better? Sometimes it's hard to know whether it's better or not, but what are the other options out there that we as a commission can consider?
Sure. And so when we compare ourselves, or when you compare anything, you need to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, right? Because, for example, in this PowerPoint, we're comparing a towing with Coral Gables and South Miami. Well, both Coral Gables and South Miami have a regulation where they do not tow from residential. We do. Why do we tow from residential? We tow because you need the spaces for the residents. It's because parking is tight, right? So putting a citation and not moving a vehicle, same reason why we don't boot. Putting a citation and not moving the vehicle serves no purpose. Now, if somebody doesn't pay for parking, we don't tow them because they're occupying a legal space, right? But if you're in residential and the goal is to protect the spaces for the residents, then you need to tow the vehicles. The other thing that separates us from other cities is that in the city of Miami Beach, we have 2 towing permits. In most municipalities, there's a contract for non-consensual tows. That is, you didn't call for a tow. There's only one company that is awarded a contract. We have 2 towing companies, and we have permits that require us to alternate, right? And we have other documenting requirements that we must follow. That's part of a permit, right? So that makes us different from many municipalities, including Miami. They have 1 towing contract, right?
Does anybody want to speak about this item? What I was going to suggest is there's a lot to unravel here, and quite honestly, Monica, and I'll take the blame. You and I haven't sat down and gone through all of this in great detail. The memo is very helpful. I think I was going to suggest that we just sit down and talk about it and then bring it back in February, because I mean I'm not going to without really delving into it. And I think you've done a lot of things very well. So I'm not in any position to say that what you're saying is wrong. But I think if we sit down and talk, it'd probably be helpful.
Sure.
But
That works for me.
Good afternoon. I'm Jose Obando, Parking Operations Supervisor and a resident of Miami Beach. And I present that suggestions and ideas based on the fact that the parking department is enterprise fund, should be like a business model. And my am a aviation engineer as a profession. I have a master's degree in management. And recently I get my human resources management certification, and I've been a parking operations supervisor for 14 years. And all the things that I write, I can summarize in two things and two economical and financial formulas I want to present. Number one is productivity. This is the simple formula. It's very simple. It could be different or more complex, but I want to present it simple in this way. The productivity, particularly in the enforcement units, is measured in citations and tolls. That's the output that we are. Everything, all the operation is supposed to be in function to get tickets and tolls. That's how we bring the revenue. We are for profit. Everything that we do to issue a citation or tow a vehicle have an impact in this productivity. Most of the things that I have mentioned in that presentation are in the lower part of the formula. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, whatever you put here has an impact in productivity, and it goes down. The simple fact that you have the virtual permit, the productivity must go down. There's no way around. That's math. It never fails. The time that you used to have to issue a citation went up. Productivity go down. The time that you have to tow a vehicle goes up. Productivity goes down. Not to mention the financial part, the IT, the computer, the new equipment, you have to put to charge that equipment, electricity bill goes up. All these things are here. Every single decision should be economical and technical. From my profession in aviation, I learned that the best metal to conduct electricity is gold. You're not gonna put miles of gold inside an airplane. It's too expensive. So it should be something in the middle, but acceptable. In this case, we've been doing things and charging this part of the formula, just increasing the inputs. So your productivity cannot go anywhere, just down. The other things that should be used to measure that we do in parking is the average is some kind of a measurement of how good a company is doing, an enterprise, and it falls in. The return on investment, how much we get for every single dollar that we put in something. When parking talk about savings, is not like it's so attractive to me when you are talking about enterprise, because I want the enterprise to invest, to grow. And at some point here, a couple of years, the parking department was presented as a burden. The city cannot hold that. We have an example in Miami, the Miami Parking Authority. City of Miami did not know how to handle their parking business. They give it away, and now the result, they lost. I don't want the city of Miami Beach to lose parking. If we keep continuing with this same economic and operational model that we have before the pandemic, there's no way around. Productivity is going down, return of investment is going down. You can put whatever you want in that presentation on any other argument, just please put it in these formulas, and you're gonna have the same result. Productivity down, return of, if you have productivity down, your return of investment, obviously, is going down.
May I respond?
Yes, I think I'm assuming you disagree, but yes, but remember, we are deferring this, but thank you, Jose.
I get it, and I'm addressing Mr. Obando as a resident, okay? Because as an employee, everybody has an opinion, and I don't know that. I mean, everybody will differ. The situation here is when you invest in technology, right? You are looking for a better tomorrow, right? So you invested in a Tesla, and now it's electric. Now you've got to go look for an electric charger. Then you're going to have to wait hours, right? Or you're going to invest a lot of money so that you can charge quickly, right? Technology. What Mr. Obando fails to see is the other side of doing everything manually. There's inventory, there's inventory, there's a purchase of decals, there's the people having to come here, etc. So for convenience, it is not in any, and I have mentioned this before, by the way, and people remind me. I want to run parking as a business, and I'm reminded that, yes, but you're government, right? If I'm going to run parking as a business, there are things that we do that I wouldn't want a bike lane because I want money from the parking spaces. So, right, it's the overall good. So
Okay.
I'm going to let it.
By the way,
go.
when you said that, it reminds me of that big debate we had a couple of years ago about privatizing the parking, which I was against because we're government. But Jose, I take seriously what you've brought. You know, Monica, I think one of the things besides sitting down, I would love to go on like on a field trip with
Absolutely.
and actually be out there and sort of be in the shoes of what you go through, Jose, all the time.
And I'd love to show you
Yeah.
how we scan a tag, what the process is. We have cut down on, we've improved accountability. People cannot duplicate. People can't say, I lost my permit, give me another one, etc. This is all virtual. If you don't pay, the system drops you. Okay, if you tell me as a resident, oh, I lost my decal, which by the way, I either had to come get or I'm gonna have to mail you, right? And you tell me you lost it, am I gonna issue you another one free of charge? And so accountability, customer service, and resident service is just as important as profitability. And I think we can do both, and I think we are doing both. So the thing is, you have to have a global perspective. You cannot just hone in on something.
Yeah,
So,
No, I appreciate it, Monica. Thank you, Jose. We'll be back in.
Just one last thing, that the only point that I want to mention about the presentation is the thing with the tag expired. Every other municipality in the county enforce that through parking enforcement, except Miami Beach. As a resident, I don't feel comfortable knowing that the police officers are being pulled out of the field to give a parking ticket that we could give. I don't know what's the particularity here in the beach. Since parking enforcement specialist, I think it's a state certification. And same authority they have in the other municipalities. I don't know why here on the beach they cannot.
that was a legal opinion. I would love to issue those citations and get revenue. But that was a legal opinion where an expired tag or a head-in parking, we were not allowed to enforce. Something about an expired tag is not a parking violation.
I won't put Rob on the spot, so we can we can look into that. But this is exactly why I think these are healthy discussions. I think we should explore every avenue. And like I said, we get a lot of good suggestions from residents all the time. And I think it's a good discussion. I think it's a healthy discussion, and I look forward to continuing it.
I just want to say one last thing. Sadly, fortunately, we do look at these things. I do want to issue those expired tags, but if legal is telling me I can't, then I can't. And if I'm telling staff we can't because legal said we can't, you can bring it back as many times as you want. Until legal says you can, I can't. It's as simple as that.
Right. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
that's one of the avenues I'll be following up with legal as well to understand all that.
She can't.
If anybody's watched me for the last few years, I don't take no easily for an answer. So we'll talk about it more. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Monica. And we'll go to, actually, we're gonna call back item number 8, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Monica, come back up. We're doing item number 8. We're undeferring it. Okay, so what this item
Let's do a motion
does.
to reconsider the item.
Yes, can I have a
Yes.
motion? Would somebody second?
I'll second your motion.
So basically what this is if you have a valet ramp in a public space, you're limited to a certain area of 2,500 feet, but it doesn't apply to valet ramps on private spaces. And what happens with the 2,500 feet when the larger hotels are not prohibited, they're going over to like City of Miami, finding really cheap parking, and then our guests are waiting at their hotels an hour to get their car, and it's creating a lot of traffic. So what this item does is it says the same rules apply to public valet ramps, the private valet ramps as public valet ramps. How do you feel about this? And this is not Would you like to
Sure,
take this
I
up and
mean,
explain
I
why?
feel
I'm
comfortable
sponsoring this?
making, Commissioner, I feel comfortable making a motion to refer this to the city commission. I don't think that this is, I don't think this is an issue. I think this makes sense.
You do?
I don't
Do you
have an issue
feel?
with this.
Well,
I'd-
can I,
I'd like
I
to-
hear from Monica?
I'd like to just say this, and then, you know, I work at your will, but say Commissioner Fernandez, you're having a party. Okay, or say there is a location that is not within 2,500 feet. Okay, you need to address that. Say, for example, now we're gonna go to the restaurants, the entertainment venues, the hotels that don't have parking in their premises, although this doesn't specify it, but it has it however far, right? Now we're going to them and we're saying, now you need, number one, you're going to private people and you're saying, you need to, number one, get a traffic analysis, right? That's imposing that on all your businesses here that don't have parking on their premises. Then we need to address the one-day events. There are plenty of events on the islands. For example, Hibiscus had a sanctioned, approved events. Where are they gonna park? They park at the facilities on Wash, on Lincoln, etc. So it has been the opinion until now, and we can change the opinion, that if a customer of XYZ hotel turns your car in to the hotel or the restaurant, right? That if it takes longer, it's a reflection on them. Does it make sense? Yes, but it is mammoth to try to do
But
this, and it's
Monica,
gonna impact a lot of
Chair,
people.
But
I'm
through
just
the
saying.
chair, but through the chair, if I may. The ones that end up affected the most by this are our residents and our visitors who are stuck in the traffic when that backup happens. And in those cases, it doesn't reflect bad on the establishment or the hotel or the business. It reflects bad on us as the policymakers. And I'm concerned by the amount of time that when the further away that this parking is, the more it delays, the more that it backs up, the more traffic that it creates in a city that we just lived through Art Basel. If there's not a reminder that this is necessary, that this policy is important, the perfect example was a gridlock we experienced during a high impact period like Art Basel. We need to do everything that we can to free up our streets from congestion. And I see this being as one of those steps by making sure that we reduce the amount of time that people are waiting for their cars. And it happens, and it does create a backlog effect in our city. The longer that the valet employee has to go, the longer that there's a car waiting there to be picked up, the longer that the line is, the longer that the queue is, the longer it spills over into the street. When you're a driver and trying to get through the streets, it ends up reflecting bad on the city, not on the establishment.
Shemina, can I be recognized just to
Yes.
add some context? Ralph Andrade here on behalf of M&M Parking. I have a slightly different take on the situation. And what I've done is I handed out a little handout. I'm sorry, I didn't realize the meeting was going to be today. I thought it was going to be the 14th. So I would have done something a little nicer for you all, but the 2,500 foot storage requirement is already in your code. Okay, it applies to everybody. Okay, somewhere along the line, there was a legal opinion issued. And let me go back one step. The reason the 2,500 foot distance requirement is required is because they use the city's rights of ways. They're using public property. You want to manage traffic. You want to avoid delay times, right? Somewhere along the line, an interpretation was made that if you have a valet ramp on private property, okay, even though you're using the street, the same public streets, to take the cars that you're valeting from the private ramp, right, to the garage, let's say at 1111 Lincoln Road, and driving to and from 1111 Lincoln Road on your public streets, that 2,500 foot distance requirement didn't apply. And so if you take a look at the last page of what I sent you, just so that it's clear, right? At the bottom of the page, you have the Gale Hotel, which is on the corner of 17th and Collins. It's the last page, Commissioner. So as you can see, they don't have a private valet ramp, right? So at the back of the hotel, they've rented spaces from the city. Okay, this is their on-street ramp. So because they're renting spaces from the city, they have to submit a traffic study, and they're limited to parking within 2,500 feet of the ramp. Directly across the street, which is in the yellow border, is the SLS Hotel. If you see there, they have a private ramp. So directly across the street, for no rhyme or reason, these folks don't have to submit a traffic study, aren't required to store within 2,500 square feet, and can store the car in the city of Miami, which is happening. It's absurd, and there's no policy reason why these venues should be exempted and treated the same as all the other valet ramps in the city. And so I also included in there a draft ordinance which would achieve this objective. I've shared it with the city attorney's office and the parking department and you all. You don't have to adopt it. It's just something for you all to consider as part of this conversation, but it would simply require basically close the loophole. The folks that have a private ramp would also be required to submit a traffic study and park within 2,500 feet.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then I want to ask, Monica had mentioned that her concerns, and I want to hear more detail about those, but Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay. Number one, this is not going to apply to any single condo.
No, so the way I wrote it, it would, if you have on-site parking, right? And so, for example, a condo, it does not apply to you. I'll read what I wrote. A valet parking operation plan is not required if the valet operator valet vehicles on the same property as the ramp and does not use the city's rights of way in connection with the valet.
By the way, anybody listening has got to be thinking, I got to be honest, like, why is some outside person writing an ordinance for the commission? And it's like question number one.
It's common practice. So for the audience, I think for purposes of working with your city attorney's office and trying to convey the message that is legislatively trying to be accomplished, it's done. Obviously, you have your city attorneys, they're very capable, far more capable than I am, and they'll draft whatever legislation ultimately goes before the commission, if at all. But this was just a draft for you all to conceptualize and visualize the goal here. That's all.
Monica, you had concerns, so just.
I have concerns from the city's perspective. I think that the city that we need to look at the impact on private businesses. And I'm not an attorney. I'm just also worried because, you know, each of these studies are a minimum of what I've learned, $2,500. You're going to impose this on many people. And then those are reviewed by the transportation department. And they have to even tell you how many attendants are going to have, how many cars are projected, what is the route, how far is it? Okay. And honestly, right now, for example, I'm faced with a situation in which there isn't a facility within 2,500 feet that is available. You know, we have all these small pockets, these small lots, right, that may accommodate or may not. But honestly, at the end of the day, I think that's a discussion, a policy discussion and a discussion, you know, amongst yourselves, and we'll have to, but there are downsides.
So I'm stating the obvious, but the issue here is businesses are parking further away because it's cheaper to park further away, but obviously it's taking them longer to get back. But you're saying, Monica, that there may, I mean, I assume we can make an exclusion for if there's no available parking. I think what's being contemplated is that there is available parking, but it's cheaper to go
say
further.
For example, 2,500 feet from my location, somebody's charging me $50 per space, right? By the way, by code, valet cannot store in public garages, right? With very few exceptions. Because there are agreements, or for example, Fifth in Alton, because we're minority, right? But by code, you do not store vehicles. So valet vehicles in public facilities. So you are a business and 2,500 feet away from you, there's a lot that's going to charge you $50. And 3,500 feet away, there's a lot that's going to charge you 15. So now the city is telling you, you need to spend the $50. Now, the consolidated, why do we have a consolidated parking plan? We have a consolidated parking in the ordinance. It was developed because on one street, let's take First Street, for example, right? How many restaurants are there? If each one of these restaurants had their own operator, okay, that could cause a lot of problems. So it was like one per block, right? And then you can have 2 to 4 spaces to manage that was also the impact on traffic. And also because of the idea that you have one operator on a block, you need to look at those cars in and out, okay? But they're using our right of way. If you have a home and you have your ramp, if you have your business and you have your ramp, and you're taking your cars from your private location to another private location.
Using city streets.
I get it. I mean, at the end of the day, my job is to tell you how, my opinion or the other side, so that we get all the information. But ultimately it's a policy decision.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
How many properties is this going to affect?
Every single property that offers valet parking.
It's not.
And it doesn't have on-premise garage.
Then once they use our public right of ways for ramping.
Yeah, but there's a hotel that I know of that has a parking location a block away and it belongs to them. The Deauville before, right? They had their parking down the street. They would require a parking study or traffic study.
Well, but how much does a parking study cost?
$2,500 minimum. But
Well, when you're talking about an entity like a large scale entity like this, a parking study, when we consider the impacts that our residents are suffering in traffic, and this could potentially help mitigate a traffic situation that we have. And I see this being most valuable, especially during our highest impact periods when traffic gets most congested, when some of these right-of-way ramps get backed up because the valet boy is going further away. It takes longer for them to come back and pick up another car that's now queued in line. It just, to me, Commissioner, I think what you're proposing makes sense.
Well, I was thinking that maybe I could just punt this over to you and you could sponsor this. Would that be okay with you?
I think, Commissioner, you are the sponsor of this.
I just had one last thing, just with respect to the one-off events that the director was raising a concern about. Add something to the ordinance, exclude the one-off events. This isn't about the one-off events, the private party in some residential neighborhood. This is about the everyday valet service in and out, where hotels, other venues, in order to reduce their cost, are storing cars off the city of Miami Beach. By the way, the tow companies can't store cars off the city of Miami Beach, but these valets are. And in exchange, what's happening is it's creating massive traffic congestion. And the tourists that are storing with these valets are the ones suffering the return times and the delays and missing their flights, et cetera. So I think this is good public policy. And I would urge you all to refer it to the commission for full consideration.
And Mr. Chair, perhaps something, and I don't know, because I just saw the language and I'm fine to refer to the commission without necessarily a favorable recommendation, just refer it back to the commission. Because I want to be able to further read the language, get the input from our city attorney's office. But I do see this as a good tool. In this language that was given to us, does it make an exception for when parking is not available within the 2,500 feet, that then it can be administratively waived? if necessary.
Currently, under the code, the city manager can waive, depending on certain conditions.
Okay, so if that mechanism is there, you know, when necessary, I feel comfortable with that. But I do want to be able to get feedback from the industry, from the businesses, from our city manager, be able to give our city attorney's office the opportunity to clearly vet this. But after what we lived through this past weekend, I'm
And we
really
agree with
inclined
that, you know,
towards this.
in the unlikely event that there's not a storage facility within 2,500 feet of a valet location, we have no problem with the city manager waiving that requirement to whatever you all decide.
I would like to study this a little bit more and bring it back next month, if that's okay with you.
To this
Because-
committee?
Yes, because I need to reach out to a couple of hotels and see what the impact of this would be. And while it's, look, the city has the right to regulate where they can park their cars, but I don't think that it's my right to look, it's gonna self-regulate. If I'm a hotel owner and it's taking my customers an hour to get their car, obviously they're gonna complain and they're gonna give me bad Google reviews and I'm gonna fix it immediately in some other way. So I don't think I need the government to regulate this situation. Do you understand? It's gonna self-regulate because people aren't gonna go stay at a hotel where they have to wait an hour for their
Well,
car.
the
unless they
hotels,
do.
so you, look, I was in the valet industry. It's rife with kickbacks. That's probably another thing you should look at where there's, you know, all sorts of shenanigans going on with cash kickbacks to concierges and managers in order to get the accounts and so forth. But look, you're not telling someone on private property what they can do with their private property. That's not what this is. That's
Public right of way.
misdirection. Okay, what this is in order for them to get from their private property to wherever they're storing, they're using your streets. And in the process of using the city streets, they're creating traffic congestion and causing your tourists and folks to have a bad experience in the city when they miss their flight because the bridge went up on the Venetian Causeway when they went to bring the car back from the city of Miami. That's unacceptable. That shouldn't be happening.
And Commissioner, perhaps, you know, one of the things that we should be looking at is, do we want to say 2,500 feet? Like, how was this number at some point determined by the city? Should we be revisiting that number? Because at the very least, I don't think that the cars, given the challenges we have with our causeways, the traffic on our causeways, and again, especially during the major events, do we really think it's feasible to have cars leave the city and then bring them back into the city when we're trying to reduce congestion in some of these causeways? So, you know, maybe we want to look at this number. Does it have to be
So we're gonna
2,500 feet?
revisit this and we're gonna defer it to the next neighborhoods meeting where we'll have a continued discussion on this, because I need to study it a little bit more.
No problem.
that okay?
Happy, we're happy
All right.
to come back and participate in that
Are you okay with
conversation.
that?
I'm fine. I do see this as something that
It
does
could be
move us in a good
positive thing.
direction.
It could be, it definitely
Yeah.
could be a positive thing.
It
We're
is a
not saying
positive thing.
no,
What
but
happened is that there's been this sense of a boogeyman of some hidden agenda going on and that's unfortunate, but this industry needs to be cleaned up and this will go a long way in doing that.
look, if it's gonna help people, but I just want to find out what we're passing before I put it forward to the full commission. I'm totally okay with having a conversation about anything, but I don't want to over-regulate people. Do you know how many regulations we already have? It's awful to do business here. I get so many complaints about all of our laws.
You-
So I just
you
want to
already
make
have this-
sure
yeah.
that this
I
is the
don't- I
right
don't-
thing to do.
Want to have a
Okay,
back and forth.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Besides the overregulation, I'm also wondering how we would enforce this. And that, I'm very concerned about that too, because I think we lose our enforcement sort of power, so to speak, and credibility when we have all these laws that we don't even enforce. So I'm sensitive to that as well.
We're gonna try to understand what the implications are and we'll hear it next time.
Right, thank you. Item number 10, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, FAR ballot measures.
So we're constantly putting these FAR increases on the ballot and nobody really understands what they mean, how many square feet are included in it, what the impact of it is. And all I'm saying is that if we're gonna put a measure on the ballot, commissioners, we need the administration to go out and explain to us exactly how many additional square feet of FAR is going to be provided as part of the item. So when we talk about any kind of FAR increases, I don't just want to hear like 2.5. I want them to tell me exactly. I would like to see size, additional square feet, and massing. And I think that will just for us. And I think that that needs to be codified as part of our process.
And I tend to agree with you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. I actually have a similar item that I think is in land use. And I can't recall if it's been heard in land use yet or not. That also speaks in addition to the square footage, because we should know how much commercial square footage could be generated by the additional FAR, how much residential square footage could be generated as you're requesting here. Separately, I'm asking with an item that I have at land use, what does that yield in terms of water consumption? What does that yield in terms of sanitary impacts? How does that affect failing intersections or roads that we don't know whether this added FAR may intensify or make worse a traffic situation on an artery?
I just,
Yeah,
my item
so
was very simple. I mean, that's more complex and we could require those types of studies, which would be expensive. I just want to know if there's an FAR increase going, tell us how many square feet, show us some massing, show us what we're voting on.
Well,
Because we need to make a decision to put it on the ballot. And
through the
that's,
chair, this additional information that I'm requesting, my understanding is that they're already required to compile this information.
Mhm.
It doesn't get to us.
It doesn't.
We don't see it, but we can request it and we can require for it to be presented to us. And I like to, I see we have our planning director here who can always enlighten us as to what is required, what's not required. Because my understanding is that now when someone makes a request for a development that has more FAR that would have to potentially go to the voters, they're supposed to do these analysis. They tell us how much additional square footage could be created in terms of residential or commercial, or potentially a mixed use of those square of that, but also the other side impacts in terms of consumption and infrastructure and traffic. Those studies are compiled as well, right?
If they're requested by the commission. There's nothing in the code or the charter that speaks to minimum requirements for documentation for an FAR ballot question. So Commissioner Fernandez, to your point, your item that's pending at land use addresses that, and that's what that discussion is focused on. I think this item that has been sponsored by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is more specific to the massing analysis to see what it's going to look like. And one of the things that we had recommended was that this also be looked at on a case-by-case basis, because there's going to be some FAR ballot questions that are not going to have a visual impact or very, very minimal or de minimis visual impact, such as the recent FAR ballot question on FAR exceptions, where you could discount a stairwell at the roof or an FPL vault room. However, there are FAR ballot initiatives that will have a much larger impact, such as the town center FAR increase that was approved in 2017. More recently, the increase that was approved for the Alton Gateway area on Alton Road as part of the community health center. And so what we've recommended is that the commission on a case-by-case basis determine when they should require that type of massing analysis to see that. Also, one of the things that we mentioned is that under state law, we now have certain limits on voter guides. And so we can't provide as much information as we used to be able to. So that's something else that we would have to make sure that we comply with.
okay. So here is all I would like. When we are proposing to increase the zoning for an entire area of the city, I would like to know the maximum potential impact of square footage given the maximum FAR, so that we know that if we're approving an FAR increase, that's going to result in 2 million square foot of additional built out space or 1 million square foot of it, we know what we're voting on. just us as commissioners. So this is a simple item. I'm not saying that you have to, I don't even want massing. I would like to know impact, just like we have financial impact. I would like to know buildable impact. So that is my item. How do you guys feel about it? And can I move it forward with a, if we do like it, because it's just informational, but it's requiring the information.
And I second that. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, Tom, I don't think that this is a burden. This is in no way, I don't think.
No, we
challenging
could,
in any
based
way.
upon the area that is proposed for an FAR increase, we can easily provide that information. Where it gets a little tricky is when you're doing something like adding an exception. So for instance, the ballot question that was approved in 2020 that created some limited additional exceptions to FAR, such as FP&L vault rooms, stairwells and elevators at rooftops. Those, because it's citywide, that's very, very difficult to compute. But for instance, the Alton Gateway, that was a very limited fixed area, and we could easily provide the actual number that the FAR increased. The Wolfsonian increase, I believe we provided that. So wherever there's a very fixed area, yeah, we could definitely provide that.
We would, so that's, and I'd like to codify that because I want to make sure that we understand exactly what we are voting on.
I
So
second that.
in order, you second it? Yeah, it's just informational. It's very simple, but I think it's something that we need to do, especially in cases of like the town center where we approved something. We don't know if the impact is like 500 units or 5,000 units. Meanwhile, we're sitting here in traffic and we've approved zoning all over the city without really understanding the mass, the amount that we're approving. This is almost like giving the Holocaust Museum the parking lot without requiring them to provide any parking to us. It's like we plan backwards. No offense, Tom, you know, in some cases, but I just want us to know, and I think we might hesitate before we approve some of this stuff in the future because it sounds so, oh, you know, it's just 3.5 in this whole area. Well, guess what? In that Deauville situation, it wasn't just those 2 towers that were going up. There were 4 additional lots. So what did that mean? Was that in 1 million square feet? Was it 2 million square feet? We don't know, and we don't really get that calculation. So
Commissioner, I second your
yeah, I
motion.
know. So should we move it along? And how do I
Yes.
do this? By a resolution? Rob, can
Well,
we write a,
If you want it codified,
I want to codify it.
what I would suggest is that you make a recommendation to the city commission that they refer an LDR amendment to the planning board where we could codify this so that any future increases in FAR would have to substantiate what the square footage increase is for that particular proposed FAR increase.
Are you guys okay with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Yes?
Commissioner, since our items are very similar, would you like to join me as a sponsor of my item that I have at land use and I join you with this one?
Sure.
Because they're very similar. They're in the same spirit. They're about understanding the impacts of what we are ultimately sending to the voters before we make such an approval.
Yes. Okay, good.
So
Tom,
I can, if you want, I can draft a C4 referral item to the planning board with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez and Commissioner Fernandez as the sponsors.
yes,
Okay,
sure.
all right, and we'll bring that to the next available commission agenda.
Great.
I like it. It's a good item. Thank you.
Put his name first.
No,
Why?
no. Then put her first on my item.
Mr. Chair?
Why? Because sometimes, like, it doesn't matter, flip flop.
We do it.
People like you more
No.
than they like me.
We have a caller.
We have one caller for public comments. That is Mr. Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, excellent idea. And no offense to the planning director, but what is very confusing to voters on referendums is that nobody really understands FAR whatsoever. So not only do the commissioners need that information, the voters need that information. And it should be from 2.0 to 3.0 and what that means in square footage to and from. So it existing today and what would exist on the back end, including stairs and whatever special deals you made with the developers that, you know, we know what that volume is. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is it, and I know with ballot questions, we're always limited by the amount of words. I think it's, what is it, 70 words? Something like that with ballot. questions.
75.
75 words. Yeah, okay. And I wonder because, you know, with FAR, I don't think the public necessarily, as Wayne appropriately stated, the public doesn't understand FAR, but they may understand square footage. You know, and I wonder if we can consider, if as part of questions, we can include, you know, parentheses, you know, what, you know, 3.5 FAR would translate to in terms of square footage. Yeah,
We try to do that. I know Nick goes through great pains to put as much of that information as possible so that the average untrained voter can understand exactly what they're being asked to vote on. Unfortunately, we do run up against that 75 word limit, and we've got to be very judicious with regard to literally every word that we use, but that is one of the things that we try to always include so that people know what they're voting on.
thank you.
Okay,
You have the
Excellent.
direction and, okay, thanks.
excellent, good item. Why don't we take item number 3? This is this is my item regarding a searchable city database to enhance condominium transparency. I'll try to make this quick, actually. I'll focus. We had actually passed back in March, our commission had passed where we require a maintenance log of any buildings 5 stories or taller. Do you think we need anything else? I noticed from the analysis here that some additional steps would require additional employees, additional staff. I'm not sure that's the direction I want to go, but I'll turn it over to you.
Manny Marcus, Assistant Director of Finance. I think we have a lot of data already available, and we collect a lot of data on our business tax receipts, a certificate of use, and an annual fire permit, in addition to the item you just mentioned. So we have a lot of the information available on condominiums, and we could just make that public facing and release that information. Instead of doing this, I reached out to the city of Hallandale, who this proposed ordinance is modeled after, and they've told us that it's very labor intensive. And they only have about 200 buildings. We have about 1,000 buildings, and trying to collect 16 items of paperwork, trying to keep up to date with all of the different board members that switch on an annual basis due to elections is very cumbersome. So I think we have information available, property manager information, emails, phone numbers, and we can work with IT and use our Energov system to make that public facing. So if anybody wants information on condos, we could do it that way instead of doing this proposed ordinance.
How difficult is that to make that more public facing, as you're mentioning?
I would work with IT immediately and try to turn it over quickly. I don't think it's difficult because we have the data available.
Okay.
It's just working with my counterparts in IT to make that public facing. Right now, we have an online BTR directory online already available. So I would use that maybe as a model.
And Frank magically appears. Can we make it happen, Frank?
Yeah, we've been working with Manny on some of the initial assessment of how much, data would have to be processed for that, but we own, as Manny said, a lot of that information today. So it's just a matter of finding a presentation layer to put it out publicly, like we do with any other number of dashboards or data that we share.
And we could put it on the city website, make it readily available.
Okay. You comfortable with that?
About creating the database?
Well, we're basically, we had already passed that we're going to have a maintenance log that's required of buildings 5 or more. Right now, we have BTR information. It's not public face. It's not readily accessible to the public. We're going to do that. But otherwise, some of this is really labor intensive, and I'm concerned about the expense and how much it'll be utilized.
I was concerned also with the punitive part of the ordinance from Hallandale, where if someone doesn't comply, they get hit with violations. So I think we can make it public facing, use our BTR database that we have right now, and also the maintenance log, and put this out quickly, as quickly as we can.
Any sense of timing as to when we can get the BTR?
We can maybe release an update of that, through a memo, once we finish collaborating on that, because there are some fine points that we want to make sure. Releasing the data one time, I'm not sure how sustainable that would be, as opposed to some of the concerns that Manny's team has about making sure that we can do this on an ongoing basis to make sure the information's.
I would like to automate it where I don't have to have a human being type of stuff. It's
Yeah, that's
pulling
really
stuff
where
from
the
the
effort
database.
is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Are we talking a matter of months? as far as?
Yes. Depending
January,
on,
February, March?
depending on the effort that's needed for the automation portion.
I guess what I would propose is let's see how it goes and see how it turns out, and then we can always revisit it if we think there's more information that's
Come back
necessary.
and say February with an update. Hopefully it'll be launched for then.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of taking the item off, but yeah,
Okay.
why not? Let's,
We can
let's,
take it off and send you an LTC.
no, yeah, let's do that. Let's
We can
take it
do it
off.
through LTC and
We'll do it
provide
by
an update.
LTC, and if for some reason I think there's a need, I'll bring it back. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
No, I think this is great. Would they have to? This is a lot, so they would have to compile all of this to get their BTR?
No, this is in addition to BTR. I already have a lot of the information. I have addresses, mailing addresses, emails, phone numbers, and then we have additional information from the maintenance log, which we could just publish to the public.
Oh, so you're just gonna publish this online and people can
But
go
we
and
have
see it?
not all 16 items from this list. What
Okay.
we have, which is about, I would say, 10 of those items.
How about information about condo budgets or certifications?
That we don't have.
Here's what I was gonna suggest. We should require, this is gonna sound crazy, but we should require some sort of an audit
No.
in these large buildings over 200 units. Cause this is where the problems really happen. And then the resident, I mean, it's a big, I mean, this is compiling a lot of info and I don't know how much. You think that's terrible? You look like I just
Well, who,
stabbed you.
well, who wouldn't, I mean, I just, you know.
Simple audit. I mean, I guess a copy of the budget will work.
Who would
but-
conduct this audit? Because I'll tell you, just being on, as, you know, my family being property owners in the city, they've been subject of audits like the resort tax audits, which are simple. Every property owner eventually gets audited for resort tax. And it's not the most efficient audit process. And unless you really know the state laws and the city regulations, there's a lot of back and forth and you can get slammed with heavy fines unless you know how to defend yourself. So who would be conducting this audit?
That part I don't. They would have to have an independent audit, but the idea
independent,
behind this
okay.
audit.
If it's
and
independent, I'm
requiring an
fine with that.
audit Is that I get so many different complaints from residents around the city who just don't understand what's happening with their association
Mm-hmm.
or the board, and the board doesn't have to necessarily be transparent. They should be, but if you require this audit and it was published somehow, you would remove that. I mean, that's it. You've got to be trans. You would be getting rid of all of the dirty stuff happening within these larger buildings, because I'm telling you, it's a liability to people who, there's massive capital improvements projects that are happening across the city. Sometimes the people, don't understand what's happening with those improvements. I mean, I don't know what the audit would require. You're the SEC guy.
Who's
What do you
paying?
say we do?
And to take your proposal, who would be paying for this audit?
The associations would be responsible for this audit, because let's say that they have, first of all, it
I mean, doesn't that currently exist? I mean, you're talking about buildings
don't
over
know.
200.
Defer to legal to see if we can legally require somebody to provide us an audit or conduct an audit, or the Inspector General would conduct this audit. I don't know.
No,
if
definitely
legal-
not.
Can we make it,
Inspector General.
can we make that mandatory legally?
We having heard about this for the first
Yeah.
time right now, we would
So,
need to
I'm-
look at it,
I'm
but
second- Since there are some questions, why don't we bring it back in February, March? What do you think is best? I'll follow your lead on
March,
this.
if we're ready by February, we'll come earlier.
Well, we gotta give direction.
Then March, then please.
Okay, let's bring it back in March so we can flush these issues out.
Yes, I'm concerned. You know, a lot of times members of these boards are volunteers, but we can bring this back in March and just, if staff could just be ready, and especially legal staff, as to what is our authority, can we not renew a BTR, or what is it? What authority do we have, and what enforcement do we have to require something like an audit? And if it's not an audit, what other recommendations? Because I guess my colleague's point is, how do we help ensure the proper use of the maintenance dollars that our residents are paying in their condominium associations and making sure that they're not misused. And, you know, maybe there's another mechanism that's not something as onerous as an audit. So maybe think creatively as to the spirit of what Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is trying to accomplish here. And if it's not an audit, maybe it's something else. Is that fine with you, Commissioner?
Yes.
I'm fine with that. Yes, yes, something. I'm just looking at something a little bit more than a budget, something that would really create some transparency for residents. And I would say that in any building over a certain amount of units, we don't want to do something that's too cumbersome for the smaller buildings, but at the same time, those larger buildings are the ones where, I mean, they have $3 million budgets, $5 million budgets, that's huge.
Yeah.
Those are huge budgets and nobody's really, there's no oversight. And as you know, I'm sure you've seen that we.
I lived in one of those buildings. I lived at Parkview Point and we had, our building manager was arrested.
Yeah, $1.3 million, right?
Yes.
Yes. See, and I was thinking of Parkview, but I've known other buildings and I've seen other shenanigans happen in many of these buildings. So maybe something like this could stop it, but we have to make it simple enough so that everybody can comply. And that's what we can figure out. with the
And maybe,
criteria of
and
the auditor.
just as an idea out there, just for all to consider, including legal, is maybe it's not even putting the requirement on the condominium association. Maybe we look at the management companies who are the ones who got paid to manage these buildings, and maybe as part of our licensing of them, we require that we, yeah, for them to be, you know, because a lot of times, you know, it's the management companies, it's not even the boards. So maybe the requirement is on the management company. So just consider that, you know, do we put the requirement on the condominium association or do we put it on the management companies? So something just to consider.
Okay, I look forward to the discussion. I guess in my mind, I think we're all sensitive to, again, overregulation and the expense obviously involved, but we'll continue the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we turn to some environment and sustainability items? Item number 12 was mine as a referral, Parkview Island Canal. I believe Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Commissioner Fernandez both had items on this as well. I thought maybe you could just give us a brief update and
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Amy Knowles, Chief Resilience Officer. So Parkview Island Canal has been an item for the past couple of years, a real concern for the community and us as a city. It has had existing bacterial high concentrations, which means people can't swim in it and enter the water. So the city has spent a lot of time and effort and money, looking at our infrastructure, doing teams above ground to find out where the bacteria is coming from. We're expecting a new study that will come from University of Miami in about a week that has really done an in-depth analysis to find this sort of non-point source pollution. So we will be bringing that back to the commission, likely in the next couple of months. I'm happy to run through the items that we have done, but that's essentially the overview.
And the study that, can I ask a question?
please.
The study that the University of Miami did, were they were looking at, they were just testing the water, or were they actually looking at the plumbing and the infrastructure in the area?
Sure. So it's a lot. There's very visible above ground issues, and then there's a lot of invisible below ground issues. So with the above ground, they actually did a lot of analysis in the park. They analyzed the sediment on the canal waterways. They've looked at the sediment on the street, sediments and storm drains. So they've actually tested all of that. They've also looked at the waterway in a way that was much more in depth than we would as a city. They've looked at different times of day. They've looked at different sort of depth of the canal. It's a very shallow waterway. It's a secondary canal. So it's kind of just sits there as well. They've looked at it at high tide and low tide to try to see some sort of pattern. So it's really fascinating work. It requires expertise in intertidal zone contamination, which is why we did, invite them to do this work. So that's pretty much what they have done. And we meet with them biweekly. We've addressed a lot of the issues that they've seen, even, throughout this process. And the city's done a lot of work in the last couple of years. Public Works is here and can address some of the infrastructure examinations that have been done. But we do have a list of work that's already been looked at. We did dye testing to see if there's any interconnections between sanitary sewer and stormwater. We analyzed an underwater siphon between Parkview Island and 72nd Street. We analyzed an abandoned force main between North Bay Village and 72nd. We looked at an abandoned overflow from a pump station. There are private property outfalls that the city has referred to Miami-Dade County that has the authority to conduct enforcement on them. And then we also conducted advanced gene biomarker analysis to see what type of bacteria it is. And so in addition to potential human bacteria, there's dog as well as birds that came really high. And we believe that's due to wildlife feeding and also just issues of being a very dense urban environment. So we've done quite a lot there. Also working with Hazen and Sawyer to look at the videos going through the sewage lines to see if there's areas of exfiltration. It's a very old system that does need to be replaced, and they're providing recommendations there. But there's no obvious sources of one source or a leak or something that has a big break. So we've done quite a lot. We've also enhanced street sweeping in the area. We've replaced the garbage cans to add lids on top to make sure, like if it rains, there's no overflow. We've added doggy bag stations, a lot of them. And enforcement from code has been phenomenal. They're up there every day for about an hour as part of their sweeps, and they've been conducting enforcement on commercial entities as well. Just the other day, they got a drugstore that was having an overflow dumpster that was leaking into a storm drain. So it is a major priority for us as staff. We're not just waiting, for the report. We also do have money in the budget to do additional canal analysis. If one of the recommendations is to dredge, for example, we have the funding in place to do further analysis to see if that's feasible and how that process would work. And but we're happy to come back and provide the report results as well.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
How much would it cost to replace that sewer pipe? I'm sure it's like the leaky. We don't know. We'll find out in a week, but let's say that we need to replace the pipe. What's that gonna cost?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. We're currently looking at, and we have funding for a project which is called pipelining. So as Amy mentioned, we're going through the videotapes right now, looking at possible locations of leaks. We did receive about $7.2 million in funding to replace a lot of sanitary sewer pipes, as well as we're going to do some pipelining in cases where we find leaks as well. So it's going to be a ongoing effort to be able to, like Amy said, there's not one single thing that we've been able to discern that is causing the issue. It's some multiple issues, but we're going to be working to resolve those.
Commissioner, should we continue this item once we have the
Once we have the report,
report?
yeah, we can continue it, but it's good that, so you're going and actively finding the leaks and replacing the pipes underwater.
Lining.
Lining. What we're doing is
differentiation.
that's in advance of in the future when a neighborhood improvement project goes in that location, or would we be replacing the entire sanitary sewer system? But in this particular case, to be able to at least correct the issues with the leaking and all that, we would go ahead and line some of these pipes.
Oh, well, that's great. Okay, so we look forward to getting the information.
And I want to thank the administration for working on this study. I sponsored the item when it came to commission with and I look forward to continuing this item so that we can get the results of that study and see if there's further action that we need to take as a commission that we can recommend back.
And I just wanted to tell you, Joe, that most of the time when I go to South Beach, I'm really complaining a lot. I just feel like the streets are so dirty all the time. But this year I was near the Bass Museum and I was looking at our sidewalk, which is so clean. And I think
Yes.
you're doing a really great
Thank you.
job. You really are.
Thank
So
you, ma'am.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good. And thank you, Amy.
Appreciate it.
Well, Amy, don't go too far.
I haven't called.
Item 13. That's yours, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Recently, the Canary date palms were removed from the block on Lincoln Road just west of Washington Avenue, and clearly those palms were sick. They had palm fronds that were falling. They were causing a hazard, and it was determined that they should be removed for the safety of the public. And so I placed this item on the agenda because I want to make sure that as we work on enhancing Lincoln Road, that we make it, that as we work to make it more pedestrian and more conducive for positive activity, that what replaces it is truly something worthy of Lincoln Road, worthy of our public and those who enjoy Lincoln Road. At one point, Michael Schvo, who's working on the project on the office building right there on Lincoln and Washington, approached me in response to my item and expressed also a desire to partner with the city to help conceptualize how we could make that entrance to Lincoln Road at Washington Avenue a more beautiful and more enhanced and a better experience. And I just would like to get some feedback and update from the administration of where we are with the replacement of these trees and the re-envisioning of this entrance of Lincoln Road.
Well, Commissioner, I think you captured the tree issues fine. So I think we have a good understanding there on what happened. And, we definitely want to see, some beautiful trees go in. But at this point, the redesign is being handled by CIP. So I think they can probably come and speak to the timeline and to make sure that those concerns are addressed.
Sure.
That would be okay?
Sure, absolutely.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, David Martinez, CIP Director. We're very well into the design phase of the overall corridor for Lincoln Road with James Cornerfield Operations, which is the consultant out of New York, highly regarded, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with them. One of the elements of the Lincoln Road plan is the re-envisioning of the entrance on Washington Avenue, where Lincoln Road meets Washington Avenue, including security barriers, as well as a very enhanced area with specimen palm trees that are being coordinated with the environmental group as well with green space to make sure that we end up with a correct or best suited species that will give you the wow factor, but at the same time not create maintenance issues and other type of problems. So that's being coordinated. The timing of everything I'm talking about is probably would not begin construction to early 2024.
Early 2024.
Early 24,
So,
right.
so we're gonna be there without any trees where those palm trees used to be till 2024?
That is our recommendation so that we hopefully don't end up with any throwaway work. Obviously, there could be something that could go in temporarily, but it would have to be relocated. That could cause, I don't, depending on the species, it may be issues with survivability. We recommend not investing that effort into that area. There's more canary date palms throughout the corridor, so all of them are going to have to be looked at.
So, but my concern is that between now and 2024, it's a whiles away. And while I understand operationally or planning wise that we intend to do this by 2024, in between, we do have visitors that are coming here. We do have people that experience the area, and the current conditions of it influence their experience. Our own residents experience that area. And in the meantime, there should be something there to enhance the area, to provide the proper shade, to beautify the area. And I would like you all to see if there is anything that could be done temporarily, maybe working with the abutting property owners to temporarily enhance the area while we go back and, start this project. But an entire year, and just knowing how government operates, we oftentimes encounter setbacks because of budgets or whatever it may be. So I just don't want to leave the current condition as it is until we start the project, which would be a minimum of a year away. We have to enhance that experience for our residents. The other aspect of this that I wanted to address are the concrete barriers. And I know for years we've been speaking of those concrete barriers, and I think we all understand the public safety necessity of those concrete barriers. But I do think that they do create an unintended nuisance in the area that we need to address as well. And so what alternatives are there in the meantime to remove those concrete barriers and replace them with some other type of barrier?
Commissioner, if I may, let me address both topics. The one is the temporary, addressing the issue of the palm trees. Certainly it's a policy decision at this point, right? We can do something as a city and put something in there that's reasonable until such time as the permanent project begins.
And let me just ask you, I mean, I know, for example, we're doing the Grand Hyatt across the street. And there were plants, trees, pretty mature foliage, so we were removing and moving to alternate locations. I think I may have even seen palm trees being moved from that site. Is there any possibility of, and perhaps you don't need to answer me now, but consider whether perhaps there's, trees there that we could use on Lincoln Road temporarily?
I
Good
don't,
afternoon. I
I'm
can
sorry,
speak to that.
I can't speak to that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lindsay, Practice Assistant Director of Environment and Sustainability. The trees that were at the Grand Hyatt location have already been relocated to the appropriate locations that were pre-designated. But Green Space Management put out a bid request in October for 10 Majul date palms, which are slightly smaller than Canary Island date palms, for the potential of relocation. We did put that on hold until we receive commission directive, but we can reinitiate that bid request if you would like.
I mean, I think waiting an entire year without any trees in this part of Lincoln Road doesn't serve us well. If to the contrary, I see like we're doing the holiday market there. So we're proactively trying to enhance the area. It's leaving the area bare for an entire year. I don't think it's fair to our residents. So I would like us to explore that. Now, David, regarding the concrete barriers.
Sure, regarding the security
Because they're
barriers.
creating a nuisance, an unintended nuisance there.
This is a similar discussion with the palm trees. There's going to be an ultimate permanent fix to the barriers that would be architecturally pleasing, of course. It's in the same time frame that the palm trees. So with respect to the current barriers that had to ask our police, maybe our deputy chief or somebody can address. I don't have the answers on the current barriers. Those are temporary, of course. And what can be done with those? I'm not sure there's something that can be.
And I remember a number of years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the city purchased the Meridian barriers, the Meridian vehicle barriers. And I'm just wondering, those are not as conducive to the nuisances that we experience at Lincoln and Washington. And could this perhaps be replaced? Could the concrete barriers perhaps be replaced, for some of the Meridian barriers?
Commissioner, I'm not sure, Wayne Jones, Deputy Chief Police Department. Commissioner, I'm not sure how many Meridian barriers we have, but it's typically used for special events. If you were to redeploy those on Lincoln Road, then obviously we do have a special event to block a road to secure a particular area, then that may be an issue in terms of not having sufficient to do it. I can do some research and get back to you. Let you know exactly how many we have, and if we can afford to redeploy what we've got, we can talk about doing that.
Sure. Yeah, I just see it, at the end of the day, it's resources. It's whether it's a resource of the barrier that we're going to redeploy, or we redeploying the resource of police manpower. Because at the end of the day, the nuisances that end up being attracted to those concrete barriers end up also absorbing another type of resource. It's not a physical resource, but it's our police resources that end up getting absorbed by what ends up happening there at Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. Ever since those concrete barriers were placed there. So if you could please look into that.
Sure.
Get back to us. I'd greatly appreciate it, Chief.
So I'll make one note that they are effective. They're not the most pleasant things to look at.
They're not, but neither are the concrete barriers or the
Fair enough.
nuisances that end up on the concrete barriers.
That's
And
fair enough.
that's the issue.
Fair enough.
Yes. Or through the chair.
Where are the bollards from like 5 years ago when they had an incident in Nice? That was so long ago. We put up the concrete barriers, which were supposed to be temporary, that have now become permanent. Just put bollards. Order 20 bollards. Put the bollards. I don't know, 30 bollards. Take them out.
As I mentioned, Commissioner, yes, the project that we are designing right now includes those bollards and other security barriers. And those were the ones that were funded through the general obligation bond.
And the project is gonna start when, David?
in 2024.
2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Why, what happened? I thought it was
What happened?
2023.
But remember, we just recently re-engaged the consultant to restart the design. So we're gonna do some things in the middle of the year, next year, that are already designed. These were not. So that's gonna take a little longer.
And which is why, Commissioner, I was requesting in the meantime, if they, an entire year at least, because this is what we're projecting, 2024 could be delayed. You know, let's go ahead, let's plant, you know, some palm trees there in the meantime for the experience of our residents there. Let's look at, you know, what alternatives do we have to those ugly concrete barriers to improve the situation there in the short term. Additionally, before I forget, I did reach out to the Public Works directors as we're on this topic about the electrical junction boxes that were left behind where these palm trees were at, that were creating a tripping hazard. And I think the Public Works director was also working, or maybe it was Adrian. It was, yes. Working on addressing that. So in the short term, there's just some improvements we have to make to the area to improve the experience of our residents in this highly trafficked pedestrian area of our city.
Look, you know, the voters just voted to not build a second Lincoln Road adjacent to the Lincoln Road we have. And now we need to prioritize fixing Lincoln Road. We do, because, you know, we've had this funding that's gone on for 10 years. Why, I don't understand why, now that we've re-engaged the people, that we already paid for a design plan. I understand that there was a financial gap, but why are they redesigning the entire thing? And why is it going to take a whole nother year before we even start any part of it?
Commissioner, there's a few reasons for that. When the commission agreed to do the project for the funding that we had available, we could not afford the design that we had. So the design had to be changed to what we can afford. It still keeps security barriers, but now things are going to, you know, they're different. One thing we are going to be doing that is a positive, we're trying to carve out some of the, what, you know, we've been calling quick wins. And one of the first things that we're going to see, hopefully in this first half of 2023, is we're going to be changing all of the light fixtures in the whole corridor to modern light fixtures that should improve tremendously the experience with the type of lighting. We're also going to be installing a certain type of element on the high mast so that police department can include security cameras that don't exist there now. So that will happen sooner in 2023. Those are some of the quicker things that we can do. Unfortunately, the rest, it has to be properly designed and vetted and go through the cycle.
Go back and use the original design. What was the gap in funding? Like, how much was it?
I want to say it was over $20 million, Commissioner.
So
maybe more.
instead of $60 million, it was $80
It was close to an $80 million project, and this was almost 2 years ago. So who knows what that number is today? When we were having those discussions a couple of years ago.
Since you're working on the lighting, I think it's really important that we give a little bit of TLC to Lincoln Road. It does look so shabby in the interim. Just make sure. Yeah. Okay, good.
Thank you,
And-
David.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, David.
See, Joe, I don't know if Joe wanted to add something on this item. No, it doesn't look like it.
Let's go to item number 4. This is my item regarding the Ring doorbell camera and coordination with our police department. And the reason why I brought this is we do have our city has a memorandum of understanding with Ring. I kind of wanted to get I wanted to publicize the program that we have, and really just, this may be obvious, but essentially if a crime is committed, oftentimes our police department will go around to different homes in the vicinity of the crime and ask if there's camera footage or Ring doorbell footage. And I know in the memo, you actually, you outlined some of the successes that our police department had. So maybe you can address a couple of things. One, how we can better publicize this program. I know you had mentioned to me there's an incentive program. Potentially some of our residents could even get it for free if they can't afford it. And also how the police access the Ring doorbell, because right now you're going door to door, whether there's possibilities or whether you suggest that there's ways to do it by email or otherwise. And I guess one last thing I'll throw in is there's other competitive companies besides Ring whether we can potentially reach out to them and get into MOUs with them for usage, but I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, Commissioner, again, Wayne Jones, Deputy Chief Police, Police Department. So we started our conversation with Ring back in 2018, entered into an MOU, I think, in 2019. And as part of that MOU, Ring gave us access to their client base, local client base, if you will. And so if a crime happens in a given neighborhood, an investigator can go on his or her desktop. They can do what is called a geofence around that particular neighborhood. And in that geofence, they can tell every home that has a Ring camera at their house. And that investigator can then send an email or request to that homeowner requesting video information for a given time and date if an incident occurred. That is obviously an efficient electronic way to do business. I'm told by investigators that they prefer to do it the old-fashioned way. That is, put on their walking shoes, go door to door, knock on doors, identify those with Ring cameras, talk or interview the residents of that home. Because in addition to sometimes getting a video that may capture an incident, they also sometimes get eyewitnesses that wouldn't readily come forward and say, hey, I saw something. So the investigators prefer to put on their walking shoes, walk around, and go door to door. Some of the residents don't have Ring, some of the other alternatives to Ring. There are a lot of competitors out there with cameras, and that which is another benefit of going door to door and meeting people. You know, Ring offer some incentive programs. I think they give discounts in terms of coupons to residents to participate in this program. They also have a program wherein if you are a resident and you want a Ring camera but cannot afford it, and that's verified by the police department, you can potentially get a free Ring camera from them.
Other than the emailers, I'm assuming this may be difficult, or maybe residents wouldn't want this, but is there a way to have an agreement with a resident where if the police needed to download data, obviously for investigative purposes, that they'd be able to do that?
Yes, that's exactly what I was explaining, but that goes on a case-by-case basis and via request specific to the resident.
I mean, part of me, when I first was bringing this up, the intention was to publicize this program because I think it could be a good tool for the police department, and especially if somebody can get it for free that could benefit from it. I guess my only concern about publicizing it too much, and maybe we can speak to legal, is that there are other competitors, and is it going to look like we're advertising for Ring? And that's not my intent. Obviously, the intent is to try to get as many people to have these cameras as possible to potentially benefit the police if necessary.
Sure, absolutely.
Any opinions on that, Rob, about if we're marketing something that's a particular vendor when there's obviously competitors out there?
There isn't any limitation on us doing that absent if there was discrimination protected by statute or the Constitution, such as the most obvious being racial discrimination. If you had a Black-owned business and a white-owned business, you couldn't discriminate against them and advertise one and not the other. But absent any specific statutory or constitutional prohibition, we could decide who we wanted to enter into agreements and to promote.
I always see, when I see the cameras on people, it seems like it's Ring. I assume they have the lion's share of the market. Does anybody know?
I think they do. I can't say for certain, but I think they do. Seems to be the most popular option.
What do my colleagues think about potentially publicizing this program so residents can avail themselves of it?
I love it.
Awesome. All right, let's do that. I don't know if we need anything formal, just other than I think marketing could probably make that happen without anything formalized.
We'll start a
Unless
conversation.
Rob, do you think it would be beneficial to?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. If this is something that you're suggesting to the administration and the administration wants to do it, then that doesn't require any formal commission approval. But if you are making some sort of recommendation that they be required to do it, then you need to go to the commission.
I think we could probably work this out without anything formalized. So I'll try that route, and I could always bring it back if that doesn't work. Yeah, thank
And
you.
our residents love this program.
Yeah, and it's great. And like,
This is
the
a great
examples
initiative.
given, there have been a few crimes, solved from this.
quite a
I've had
few.
some residents call me and tell me, hey, they just wanted to give me the heads up. The police were at my house last night at 11 o'clock because they wanted to see my Ring camera.
Yeah, we have solved quite a few crimes as a result of video. I was just reminded that the technology is so good today that it is quite possible to ingest video from other manufacturers in addition to Ring. And so we'll have an offline conversation with folks in communications and see what we can do in terms of publicizing, not necessarily only restricted to Ring. Perhaps we can do this in a way that we include other manufacturers as well.
Okay. That sounds great. I wouldn't mind just deferring this maybe till March, just thinking we could always take it off after that, just in case, because I think we could probably work this out without hearing this again, but let's just at least have it off.
And Mr. Chair, because I would imagine that this would be through an MOU. Is this correct, this expansion?
Well, we have an MOU now, a standing one with Ring.
Right.
I'm not sure if that covers explicitly
Other.
marketing this, promoting the product. I'm not sure what it does.
Got it. But if that MOU doesn't include it, you could amend the MOU or you can enter into a new MOU.
I imagine we can, yeah.
And Mr. Attorney, the resolution that was approved in 2018 that authorized the manager to execute an MOU with Ring, wouldn't this allow them to do the spirit of what Commissioner Minor is asking for?
Yes, I think so. I think we could look at what the finished product would look like, but it could very well fit it within the parameters of this resolution.
Yeah, because the commission has already given direction, so.
Yeah, it could very well work that way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Knocked on my door the other day asking for footage because a crime took place outside of my house. So, yeah,
Wow.
it happens.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna try to, we have a 5:45 time certain, but we try to get, how about item number 19, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez?
We have these 5G poles going up everywhere in the city, and my idea was like to wrap them in something green to make them look a little bit better, especially the ones in North Beach and the administration saying that we're completely preempted from doing anything with them. And also the new FPL poles that are coming out, just to add this to the conversation, are huge. Have you seen how big they are? And they're so ugly. They're gray concrete. They're hurricane resistant, but they're ugly. So
Well,
Joe, what?
Great minds think alike, because I spoke with Chris a few months ago about the FPL polls. I was dealing specifically with a few constituents that were having issues with those polls. And when I saw the poll, it's like,
They're awful.
they're horrible, especially when they're inserted into a historic district
Mhm.
where you want to be more sensitive to the architecture.
Yeah.
And I was asking the FPL representatives, well, can't you enhance these polls, make them more pleasing on the eyes if you wrap them with some sort of motif, maybe some sort of artwork
Anything.
that is in
Yeah.
keeping with the character of the Art Deco Historic District. And as it related to these FPL poles, they can't wrap them with anything because it does create for them security and safety issues when they're dealing with electrical issues. Now, with the 5G poles and the other boxes, the other utility boxes that we have throughout the city, I think we should be looking at that when not preempted.
So thank you, commissioners. So we've been working closely with our city attorney's office and Nick Kalergis, our deputy city attorney, has been instrumental in working with the updated telecom ordinance. Currently, as it stands under section 104, our requirements in terms of aesthetics and design requirements exceed the statutory limits, meaning what the Florida statutes allow. However, there is a provision that says that the municipality or the authority can come up with what they call objective design guidelines. So we are working with Nick at this time to try to develop some sort of design guidelines that would not violate the Florida statutes. So our requirements currently exceed that statutory requirement. So because the telecommunication poles are controlled by the Public Service Commission and the Florida and the Federal Communications Commission, it makes it a little difficult. But we are working, there is provision there to try to come up with some objective design guidelines. So we are working towards that.
So we're working towards something legislatively to
Yes, ma'am.
legislate our design. Okay, that's great.
Yes.
And so we're just gonna continue this item until we have it? Continue it till when? Till February?
Let me ask you something. Could we include in this, in addition to
The
the five G
FPL
poles? Well, I don't think
Yes.
that we can with the FPL poles. from what I
There's two
gather.
different, yeah, right, because telecommunications is one and FPL is different.
Yeah, if possible, would be great,
Right.
but from what I gather,
What's Nick about doing whatever he's doing with 5G poles with these brand new FPL?
the ones that I meant to reference are the boxes.
Oh,
The big utility boxes that you have, in neighborhoods that they can be unsightly also. And so I don't know.
you mean the pump system boxes?
No, what do you call them? They're big yellow boxes.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, we should have design guidelines for those. At one time, we had this company that does the Porsche metalwork, like Pininfarina something. That was going to design all of our utility boxes. I don't know what happened. to
And I
that.
should point out that, and I know you're talking about like the communications boxes that are used. Yeah, yes. So under the new design that the telecommunications companies are using for the 5G towers, for example, they're using the stealth technology, which incorporates all that equipment within the tower itself. So they're a lot sleeker and they're typically either 35 or 38 feet tall, depending whether they have a light on top or not.
So these other boxes, does that mean these
That
boxes?
eventually, a lot of those boxes are
Will
going to
disappear.
go away. They're going to
Good.
disappear. Yes.
Good. It's even better.
Okay,
Make them
so that's
disappear.
good. So what should we do with this item then, Joe? for-
I think you need to give us a few months since we're working with the city attorney's office. I'd like to come back sometime in the spring of next year
February?
and report. March, I think would be maybe an appropriate time to report.
Okay, so item 19 is gonna come back in March? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was a quickie. Please do my living my swell item.
We have a 5:45 time certain. Can we do it in 5 minutes?
I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's a bioswale on Alton Road. How's that going? Because I got a lot of complaints that it was unsightly, it's not draining, it's not working, and I haven't gone up to see it lately.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner. We did have some challenges, truth be told, with the bioswale. I believe we've corrected all the technical issues with the bioswale. Now, very important, the bioswale is for water quality purposes for the first flush. I think there's been a misconception that this bioswale was going to be to be able to drain a 5-year or 10-year storm. That's not the intent of the bioswale. The bioswale is really for water quality purposes, to improve water quality so that we don't affect Biscayne Bay. Having said that, we did go through some of the challenges. We corrected the technical issues. We had a pipe that was disconnected. We resolved all that. Landscaping wise, I know that there were some concerns as well. We've addressed those with the bioswale. And in addition to that, we've got a contractor that's going to be planting additional silver buttonwoods and green buttonwoods within the bioswale area, which are going to propagate really well. One of the issues was that the original plantings that were used were not really salt tolerant. And because we have a lot of salt water coming back into the system, that killed a lot of the plants. So we're using now, the buttonwoods are extremely tolerant to salt water. So those are going to be used for the plantings.
Question, believe it or not, these bioswales are important because they're supposed to collect water as we, so that we could be more resilient. Now, the bioswale that we didn't work out so well, but you were not in charge of that. So I'm not pointing any fingers because this is trial and error. But that park on 5th Street, they do have tremendous bioswale drainage. It's not a swale, but bio drainage or whatever. What did they do differently? And why don't we just take I would chalk that up as a failure. I don't know if you think it's working or not, but maybe we could try to redo it with the same people who did the park.
We'd be happy to talk to the folks who did the park and the treatments that were done there. I think it's a little too premature to say whether the bioswale it really works or not. But we've corrected the technical issues that we had with it. I want to give it its due time, make sure that also the vegetation grows as it should, to see if the bioswale, and again, I want to emphasize, I have to emphasize this hard. Bioswale is not intended for intense storms. The bioswale is a water quality mechanism to improve water quality.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, do you think at this point, I mean, I would never recommend another bioswale, but this is good because these are these green and blue technologies that we're talking about, right?
And absolutely, that's part of the blue-green infrastructure. And I think it's important that we find the right locations for the particular ones. And again, this was the first time we tried one of these bioswale projects. So again, like all projects, we'll learn lessons learned from it and we'll move forward.
Commissioner Reiner, if you haven't gone out to see the bioswale, I recommend you go by and see it.
It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. So, all right, thanks. We can remove this item then. And I look forward to going and seeing it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to a time certain 5:45 item regarding excessive number of boats anchoring on Biscayne Bay, and we've gotten a lot of complaints, Palm and Hibiscus, other areas as well, and really looking at and I've taken a couple of rides with Marine Patrol, so thank you for that. We have an issue of, well, first of all, it's if you have a home and you have a number of boats anchoring right outside, obviously it's a safety concern for those residents. You have derelict boats and potential noise issues as well. So I know Marine Patrol is out there frequently. Some of the issues we bump up against some preemption on laws. I know there is a fairly new statutory provision that we can utilize, but I'll turn it over to you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Jones, Deputy Chief Police Department. You know, we've been addressing issues on the water intensely for quite some time now. In fact, I'll bring up Sergeant Dwayne Resende, who is our in-house boating expert. He spent most of his career on boats here in the city. I think 15 years, give or take, which is most of his career. And he grew up operating boats here in South Florida, so he is our in-house resident expert. And he's been tasked with addressing all the issues that we face on a daily basis at and around the city's waterways. Most recently, they've been doing a lot of details. I'll let them talk to you about the specific of those details and when they're finding when they do these details. We had been anticipating that when the mooring went into effect in the city of Miami, we would get some unintended trickle-down impacts of boats moving over. He'll talk specifically about that. The statute you just mentioned, I think it's a Florida state statute. I want to say off the top of my head, is 327-4108, which really speaks to restricted anchoring. In other words, having a boat anchor in a certain location for a minimum amount of time during the daytime hours, but not allowed to stay overnight. But with that, I'll ask Officer Resende to come, Sergeant Resende come up and sort of talk about what his observations have been on the waterways out around the city.
Great, thanks.
We're Sergeant Resende, Miami Beach Marine Patrol. Like the chief says, we've been addressed with dealing with the migration of boats, as they call it, on Palm Hibiscus Island. Ever since City of Miami enacted their mooring field, they've basically pushed their boats that were in that area outside of their mooring field, which now.
And what causes that? What I mean, are they charging?
Yeah, they charge now.
Okay.
Basically the same thing we're trying to implement on our side, that they're just ahead of us on that aspect. But if you go there right now, there's not many boats in there right now. A lot of people that say they're waiting for their mooring. But what that has done is the boats that don't want to pay or are waiting for their spot have just kind of migrated just outside of the mooring field. They have to be, I believe, 150 feet outside of it. So they're basically all around the mooring field, about 150 feet outside of it. As far as I know, everybody's saying that everything's migrated to our city, and that is not completely true. They are closer to our city now, but as far as where our city lines are, there is, I counted them today for the chief, there's about 15 boats, give or take, on that side that are within the area of Miami Beach. 2 of them, which are on the south side of Coconut Lane. We have about 13 that are between Palm and Hibiscus. Some are transients, which they come through this time of year from the colder states and they anchor there. So we're counting them as boats that are there, but they will be gone in the next few months. We went out, we started
A few
now.
months.
Yeah, they come down for the cold months. They've done that. They do that every year. It's retired folks that just travel down. It's too cold. They don't want to deal with snow. They come here, they provision. As soon as they get good weather, they go across to the Bahamas or continue south.
How close do they get to the property?
And
are there any limitations?
They could be, as long as they don't obstruct your access to your home, they could be there.
Literally like right up against the home?
There's none anywhere near anybody's home. The matter of fact, we spoke this yesterday on them. The boats that are there, especially the ones on the south side of Coconut Lane, which seem to have caused the most havoc at this point, they are as close as they can safely be to the MacArthur Causeway without being run aground. I took pictures today that I sent to the chief. They are probably 700-800 feet away from any home. They are not obstructing. There's not a channel back there, so they're not obstructing any waterway. They're legally anchored. We did a detail last Tuesday night, and we plan on doing it once a month because we do have to give the boaters time to respond to the citations that we mail to them. And we wrote, I believe it was 14 citations for miscellaneous things from expired registrations to no anchor lights. We checked 1 or 2 people that for bench warrants are out there, but most of the boats are not, there's nobody on them. So we just technically cite the boat and mail it to the last registered owner, which that's another side of it, because technically that boat could have been sold 10 years ago. It might have been your boat 10 years ago. You sold it to me. I just never changed the registration over, and you're going to get citations in the mail for the boat. So
do we have any recourse?
For us, they're civil citations. So
Can't somebody just leaves a boat out there? We can't tow it?
No, you can't tow it. What happens if it becomes derelict, then it goes through a derelict process, and then we then tow it for removal and destruction. But however, that's some people's homes. So it's there's a lot of requirements that have to be met for it to reach the derelict. And right now we have, I think, 3 within our city. None of those that are there. There might be possibly 1 sailboat that's there, but it's a catamaran that's between the islands. And it's considered what they call an at-risk, which is going in that direction. But we have to then mail all the information to the registered owner. So and give them time to repair and or remove the vessel.
What about if a boat is not operable?
That's all part of the derelict vessel, but somebody needs to be on the boat for us to go through the whole process with it. We have, with a few people that we have out there, they're operable. What's out there right now, they're not pretty, but they don't meet requirements yet. Tom Flashout, which is our derelict specialist, he's not here right now. He's in training for the week. He keeps track of every single boat within our city from the south end all the way to the north. Like he said, I think we have 3 that are derelict right now and 6 that are at risk.
I understand we're working with state agencies to try to address these issues. Do you have any?
We work with FWC, with the Coast Guard. There's several, we have a lot going on right now because the issues we have too are the platforms that the jet skis are renting from, which is the north side of Julia Tuttle, which is a whole nother system, but we're working closely with FWC to handle that, and Durham. And now it's going to be code enforcement also, because apparently there's code violations that they're addressing. They don't have the proper permits to work out there. But FWC also has a gentleman working with Tom that they come through and they assist us with all the derelict vessel information and paperwork. We also work with City of Miami, their derelict vessel operator there, and they have, I think, about 30 derelict vessels scattered throughout their city. But yes, we work with every agency, the county. Everybody takes part of it, but unfortunately, everybody has the same situation throughout the state.
Yeah, I mean, I've been getting a lot of complaints about this, and it's been frustrating because I guess part of what I keep hearing is we can't do this, we can't do that. I think we have a couple of callers. I think maybe we'll hear firsthand some of the experiences that our residents are facing.
Our first caller has the initials TK.
Yes, hello. My name is Timo Kit. And I live on 428 South Hibiscus Drive. So I look all the way, across, to the view of towards downtown, and I see most of those, anchored boats And I see them from a daytime and nighttime perspective. And yes, there's noise issues. I think there's also safety issues, not just those anchor lights not working. If I could tell you, if you go there at night, like most of the anchor lights or mast lights are not functional. So I think it's quite a risky proposition as well. I also think that I think we've collected quite a few residents' signatures to bring this forward and to see what we can explore in terms of legislation to maybe prohibit overnight mooring. I believe that part of Miami Beach over on the Venetian Islands, as well as maybe the Sunset Islands, they have passed or have successfully passed legislation to do such a thing. And so we would like to ask the commissioners please to consider to help us, the Palm and Hibiscus Association and residents to help us explore what we can do to also, have not such, abundance of derelict vessels. Just if that could be done, please. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Our next caller is Chris Tordo.
Hi, this is Chris Tordo. I live at 19 Palm. I'm also a member of the board of the Palm, Star, and Hibiscus Association. First of all, I wanted to thank the police department for the outstanding work that they do. We call them a lot. We ask them to keep the noise down. They've been extremely receptive. They've done really a great job. So I want to make that point clear. I think the issue that Timo just brought up is one, we're realistic that today, that the police and even the Miami Beach commissioners don't have all the tools, I think, to prohibit what's going on now. I think we're all in favor of the mooring fields as well as the Miami Beach mooring field. But what's going to happen is nobody wants to pay for mooring, so they're just going to migrate out into our islands. So I think putting the mooring fields in, but having the legislation that Timo brought up that was passed in the Venetians and the Sunset Islands is imperative to solving this for the residents. I live on the water and we love boats, but we don't want boats, 100, 200, even 300 feet away, parked 365 days a year, dumping, not having the correct lights on, etc. It causes all kinds of issues, I think, for the residents. So I think practically speaking, we need your help in working with the state so that our islands are also included in this non-anchoring from sunset to sunrise. And I think that would solve the issue together with the mooring fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is John Gardner.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak, and appreciate what the committee is doing and the City Commission is undertaking these issues. I live on Revo Alto Island, and I face Hibiscus Island and Delito Island, and I've been working on the Monument Island issue and noise issues, and this anchoring issue also affects us. I also want to commend this Marine Patrol and Miami Beach Police Department because they've always been responsive to calls, and they've always said call as much as you need to, and they've always been responsive. Waterways are open for navigation, and I'm a boater, and both the prior callers had very good feedback as far as navigation lights and when anchoring should be allowed. But really, on a more macro level, we ought to consider not just this area of Hibiscus Palm or this area of Venetian. The commission and the committee ought to consider residential zones within maybe X feet to then implement specific limitations on noise, on anchoring, and on the like. We're not talking about impacting navigation, which gets into the federal and Coast Guard and all this stuff. But we are talking that the unique island construct that Carl Fisher created 90 years ago it's a neighborhood, you know, and I've said this when I've spoken to commissioners and other people. Imagine if you lived in next to Carl Fisher Park there. It's a beautiful park. And every weekend, 15 pickup trucks show up and people just start drinking out of kegs and blasting music. You know, that would be stopped immediately. And this is what's happening here, you know, every weekend on Monument Island. And, you know, you have the other issues of overnight anchorage. So this has to be considered just like, any other neighborhood. And if the commission and the committee could start considering how we could create residential zones, whether it's like 1,000 feet from the seawall where there are residences, to apply special rules. And it would apply to all islands, not just Hibiscus Palm, but also to, you know, the Sunset Islands, et cetera. I think that's the way to go as you guys are discussing options and looking at ways, the legal ways that we can implement prohibitions. So that's what I wanted to state.
Thank you, John. Any other callers?
Our next caller is Terry Beinstock.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Howie. Hi, Terry Beanstalk. I'm with the Sunset Islands 3 and 4 Association. You all know me. I'm not a shy guy. We had a meeting yesterday with the city manager. Commissioner Minor was there, as well as Marine Patrol, Ms. Knowles, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what have we learned in just 24 hours? What we've learned is that pretty much everything we were told yesterday isn't true. We were told yesterday that if there becomes a navigable channel that's marked on the east side of if there were red markers on the west side of the channel and green markers on the east side of the channel, that the areas from the red marker all the way up to our seawalls would be protected and be enforceable. Lo and behold, we got the regulations today of chapters, section 327-4108 from the county, and find out that what we were told was misleading at best. There can't be any enforcement. In fact, when we talked to Marine Patrol, and I didn't raise it yesterday because I don't want anyone to feel like can't talk to us, but when we spoke to Marine Patrol, they told us the mooring fields being proposed for Sunset Harbor was not a good idea, and that it would cause more problems than it would solve. What the problems that Palm and Hibiscus has shown everybody, and should show this commission, is that this is a train, a runaway train, fueled by consultants and not well thought out. We still haven't gotten answers to the two fundamental questions. What are the fundamental benefits versus the costs to the city of Miami Beach? And second is, what is the plan for all the boats? And there's going to be all the boats that are going to move, that are there now, that are derelict and they're not paying, that are going to move to our neighborhoods. We now know that doing a mooring field and then dealing with the ramifications does not work. The poor people at Palm and Hibiscus who are suffering every single day, 24 hours a day, is inexcusable. The city of Miami did this to them, not the city of Miami Beach. But the city of Miami Beach is planning on doing it to us. This has got to be stopped. Unless, as the other speaker said, unless there's legislative solutions at the state or the county level that guarantee us, and I don't mean it, you know, maybe it'll happen or maybe it won't, guarantee us that our neighborhoods will be protected. So I wanted to raise that today and get you guys thinking about this train that's going down the track and whether it should be slowed down till we get answers to these questions and we get correct answers. It's very complicated. I'm a lawyer, I get it. But every time I get an answer and then I go look it up, it's the wrong answer. It's not true.
Caller, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Terry, thank you. I think what's pretty clear from the callers and Terry's comments is obviously there's a lot of moving parts here, multiple aspects to this, not just this one item that we're discussing now, regarding the mooring field. And maybe really it's a discussion we should have collectively. But
So the state this year gave Tallahassee the authority to do, the state this year gave the county, not Tallahassee, gave the county the authority to create these areas where boats cannot anchor. And each one of these areas, from my understanding, Mr. Attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, needs to be less than 100 acres in size. Is that correct?
That's one of the requirements for to an anchoring limitation area that can by statute be designated by Miami-Dade County.
Okay.
Not by us.
By Miami-Dade County. Can't we ask the county to consider, 100 acres, that's pretty substantial. When we're talking about some of these islands, they're not huge islands. So can't we ask the county to consider creating these areas in the proximity of these islands?
Yes, your audience and the people you need to persuade for that is the county. They're the ones that are designated by statute to create an anchoring limitation area, which would be essentially the no parking zone that you're looking for outside of your mooring fields.
Because I guess, we could always go to Tallahassee and ask Tallahassee to amend 327.4108 to include these other areas, outside of Revo Alto, San Marino, San Marco. But our more local jurisdiction is the county. And they can designate these areas up to 100 acres. Meanwhile, it doesn't exceed more than 10% of our county's navigable waterways. But we have Biscayne Bay here. Biscayne Bay is huge. How many acres is Biscayne Bay? Right. And so imagine 10% of that, so the county could designate, from what I understand, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, the county could designate up to 10% of its navigable waterways. Okay. So maybe we need to use our relationships at the county a little bit better. I don't know, give it a shot and reach out to the county and see if around these islands, we could get them to utilize this authority that the state has given them. It's not every day that the state of Florida gives local jurisdictions authorities to implement regulations like this. Usually it's the reverse. Usually they're taking away our jurisdiction and our authority. In this case, they're giving us authority. Why don't we approach the county and perhaps we could do legislation that, and I see our chief resiliency officer coming forward. So I'm sure that she has some news. Maybe this was already attempted in the past and I'm just being naive.
No, actually, it's an excellent idea. And it's one that we had as well as staff when we first started to hear the concerns of residents that had boats near their properties. It's something that we've explored. It seems like a good opportunity. We did reach out to the county, and what's happening now is that the BCC, the Board of County Commissioners, directed the county mayor to establish a process on how to do anchor limitation areas, because it's something new for the county. So that was done late summer, I believe August or September. We did convene a meeting with the officials in charge in the county. They really hadn't established how they were going to take the next step on how they were going to analyze this countywide. But they are working on it. They have to come back with a plan on how to establish the anchor limitation areas. We also met with Commissioner Higgins' office, who was very supportive of providing, assistance to Miami Beach and our residents with this. So we have explored this path and think that it could really complement our mooring field.
Have we adopted an actual piece of legislation expressing the urgency of this city commission on behalf of our residents in getting these anchor limitation areas codified at the county level?
we have not, as far as I'm aware of, it's all pretty new. Yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor, perhaps we could come together, the three of us sponsor an urging to the county commission and to the mayor, to the county mayor, expressing urgency on this and asking them to expedite these regulations that they've asked the mayor to create, but specifically urging them to create this anchor limitation area around the perimeter of some of these islands. I mean, this is very unique. It's unlike other areas of coastal Miami-Dade County. Most of coastal Miami-Dade County is the mainland. So very few areas have these islands like Miami Beach does. A few other municipalities, I think Aventura does, obviously North Bay Village, Key Biscayne, but not too many communities too. So maybe we could use some of our relationships at the county to advocate for this if we all come together and sponsor an urging, if you're open to that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I always like to hear whether there are unintended consequences. I mean, it sounds great, but any pitfalls that you foresee?
Well, we've, there's always two sides to a coin. We have heard from boater groups that are very concerned with anchor limitation areas. We've heard from the Florida Inland Navigation District that, they're concerned with funding additional waterway projects on Miami Beach if we explore ALAs, because they're just concerned that it will restrict people's abilities for the open use of the waterways. So there is, a feeling out there of, not restricting waterways for others, but I think ultimately that's a policy decision for the city commission. This would be a new avenue for us to go down.
I just have all the information out there. I recall you telling me that if we did something like this, that we would potentially lose funding. Am I remembering that correctly?
We were advised of that, that it's potential. We're hopeful that that wouldn't happen. I think, we need to just sort of.
What kind of dollars are we talking about?
Well, we've had about 6 million in funding from FIND in the last, I would say 5 to 10 years. They've also funded the design and permitting, helped us with our mooring field so far. And there's additional funding that we can secure from them, hopefully. So they're very good partners. They want well-managed waterways. They understand we have very strong marine patrol, and that our mooring field is a way to really regulate our waterways and to improve a lot of environmental conditions and waterway debris. So they're good partners. I just think this is new. This is new for us as a city. It's new as the county. The county has also kind of expressed that they have the entire waters to think about. They may want or not want to give Miami Beach 10% or more. They may say you get 10% around your island, or we may be able to get more of that. So there's a lot of, I think, options that we need to explore. Again, this is kind of uncharted territory.
What would be the, no pun intended, what would be the objection to, why would they object to sort of a perimeter around the islands?
I think it's really about just allowing the open access to waterway. We don't own Biscayne Bay, the state does. It's an aquatic preserve. So I think it's just really about securing boaters' rights and boaters' access. I mean, that's what we've heard. I think everyone wants to have well-managed waterways. It's just a concern of how do we manage the bad behaviors, allow people to boat, but not restrict it so much that people have nowhere to go. I mean, that's what we heard from the county. They really want to make sure people have places to go. Some people would like to be in a public mooring field. Others, don't want to be for different reasons.
Yeah, but obviously we've heard loud and clear. We had a couple of callers, but there's obviously more residents out there between what you heard, the anchoring issues, potential safety issues. There've been some, I know Palm and Hibiscus, they sent us that letter. There was some car break-ins, whether it's related to the boats, hard to always know. But they are pretty nearby. Obviously, they're releasing their waste into the waters, which is a whole nother environmental issue. And the noise, clearly. And then we also have the issue with the headlights not working potentially. So, I think ultimately I come out, we probably the money is secondary as far as these quality of life issues. I mean, hopefully, like you say, that they won't actually come through on that threat. But I think ultimately we have to do what we think is best. And if they do it, they do it.
So is it the county or is it the state that has concerns with keeping the bay and these areas open for navigation?
I think it's both. And I think, probably the city attorney's office can opine on the actual legislation, but when these anchor limitation areas are established, there's a very specific sort of approval process. It's going to be established by the counties. They need approval from regulatory authorities. It needs approval at a state level. So that's based on what's laid out in the state statute. So I think everybody has an interest in the waterways.
I mean, we're dealing with something that really we have very little jurisdiction over. Frankly, little jurisdiction over, except for enforcement. And I think we should be using the legislative avenues that we have, asking, if we can get the state to do with these islands, the same thing that they did with Rivo Alto, San Marino, and San Marco. We should be asking them to do that, and to expand what they've created under the vessel safety chapter of the state statutes. And we should be asking the county to, if they can benefit our constituents, our residents, and their quality of life by using the authority that the state has finally given them. I mean, us as a donor community to the state of Florida, I think our residents and our taxpayers deserve that. It's just to me, it's a low hanging fruit of what we could get done. I mean, and everyone talks about Biscayne Bay and improving water quality and the ecology and the marine life and protecting the marine life of Biscayne Bay. But we really want to protect it. I mean, the county does so much regarding it. We now have a county Biscayne Bay watershed management board. We have another Biscayne Bay watershed management board at the state level, the state of Florida, and everyone's talking about water quality and improving it. Yet what we could really do and effectuate quite immediately, it doesn't require another board. It just requires legislative action that I think we should be urging them to do. So I'm all for urging them to do that. Let them figure out on their end, how they determine which are the areas and their process for approval. But I think from our end that we're receiving these complaints, we need to ask them to use the muscle that they've been given.
Switching gears for a second, sure, here's Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I've heard a lot about this mooring field. There's parts of it that I find confusing, regulatory understanding, but I think the concerns that my constituents have in this area is that when you regulate those unregulated boats, the unregulated boats are just going to move over to the next island. And so you're not really solving a problem, you're just moving it.
So, I'd offer just a couple of ideas for that. Right now, the mooring field, the boundaries that we're looking at that we have the design and permitting to go forward on extend along West Avenue. So you've got about 9,000 to 10,000 residents that also desperately want a mooring field because they're looking at an unregulated situation right now. So for that, it would give, a management plan. The boats would have to be inspected. They would be required to use a sewage pump out. There would be a collaborative public ordinance in terms of how that is run, and it would be a public mooring field. So it would help address an issue, a very large issue on Miami Beach. And so that's why it's considered to be a very good thing and a good benefit environmentally, and it's an amenity. Is it going to cause other items? And that's where we're looking into establishing additional waterway markers so people can't get too close, for example, to navigational channels near the Sunset Islands. We're exploring the anchor limitation areas. So we're trying to think about that now, and we're having these conversations, now so that it accompanies the mooring field. So we're having it at the right time.
Can I ask you a question? If you made the entire thing a mooring field, like they don't want you to do this one mooring field without addressing the other stuff first. If you the plan is not to have it full of boats, right? It's just to be able to regulate whatever is there.
Mm-hmm.
Are we allowed to turn people away
Well,
from the mooring field?
yeah,
if
so
we
we would have.
want?
So we'd have to have a management plan, and that's part of the design and permitting. So the mooring field would not get permitted unless we have an approved plan. And so we would dictate that as a city. We have a consultant that we're working with. This is very new to us. So there's a lot of learning, especially because it's in Biscayne Bay. So it's not like the rest of the state. It's a very specific area. And so we would work to establish the plan. And I think that would be a very public process. We've heard from residents that had some really good ideas. Even our Marine Patrol said we would love to inspect the boats before they, get into the mooring field so that they're, registered and have lights and have all the safety features so that we're bringing, good boats in.
And we only have like a few people in the, like a few boats in like a very large area. I mean, the idea is to reduce and regulate, right?
Well, the feasibility study was done a few years ago, and it showed the huge escalation in boats around Miami Beach. I mean, it increased, probably tripled over the last 20 years. So right now, I want to say there's maybe 100, 125 boats around Belle Isle going down the west side of West Avenue. And that's only, it might just increase. So by establishing the mooring field, they can be spread out and just done in a way where that it's more spacious, it's more organized, it's just managed. Whereas now it's kind of, people are just all over the place.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Why would they want to be managed? Can I just, the big question, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Why would any boat want to be managed if they can go right down the street to the next island and not be managed?
Well, I think some boaters are looking for amenities. I mean, they're looking for upland amenities, potentially. They're looking to have a secure anchoring system. Maybe they want to be in a safe setting.
But the unmanaged boats are what we're going to do is attract twice as many boats. I understand what the mooring field is supposed to do, but I also understand what the consequences of doing it are going to be. There has to be, because you're going to fill up the mooring field with certain tourists, and then the rogue 120 boats that don't pay anything, that are unregulated, are just going to move over to the next island. I don't think it's a good idea unless the entire thing is somehow a mooring field. You can't just do one piece. You have to make the whole thing a mooring field. Otherwise, it only solves West Avenue's problems. And now, you're creating a huge problem with all the other islands.
My follow-up, and thank you. My follow-up question is, I was just reading the county resolution. It seems to be, well, not seems, it says that it's talking about 45 days, no more than 45 days of anchoring over a 6-month period. So under that, we still wouldn't be able to prohibit overnight anchoring, even if we pass some.
Yes.
I'd have to look at that in the state statute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but there's the specific sort of parameters that are allowed.
I'm actually looking at the county resolution that asks the county mayor to look, and I thought that's what Commissioner Fernandez, I thought that's what you were referring to, and I'm looking at the statute, and it says a person may not anchor a vessel for more than 45 consecutive days in any 6-month period. I just want to make sure if we're urging the county, we're talking about overnight anchoring, I believe, not they can't stay there for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. That's still quite a bit of time.
What I'm referring to is the anchoring of vessels in the anchoring limitation areas. And Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, that would prohibit anchoring between sunset and sunrise.
No, that's in the 3 areas that the state has already made unlawful to park during those times. It is illegal to park overnight between Revo Alto Island and Delito Island, San Marino Island and San Marco Island, and San Marco Island and Biscayne Island. Then that's what the state has already outlawed. Then the state, in the next section, enabled the county to create anchoring limitation areas adjacent to urban areas that have residential docking facilities and significant recreational boating traffic. And there you can just prohibit mooring altogether, but it has the limitations that we talked about. It can't be more than 100 acres in size, which in the water is actually not that big. Can't be more than 10% of the county's navigable waters, and a few other requirements that need to be met. But those are the two big ones.
So who at the county is in charge of this?
It's my understanding it's Lourdes Gomez who's in charge of.
Lourdes from
yeah.
RER.
Mhm. Yeah, we
Could
have met with
reach
her.
out to Lourdes and see maybe she would come and participate in a meeting with us. Maybe we can invite her, or maybe we can invite her to the committee.
Yeah, We'd be
um,
happy to.
So that we can discuss how we could collaborate on this. What would be the best avenue that she feels, how could we support their efforts of getting these procedures and regulations done for the creation of these, anchor limitation areas? What are they gonna be looking at? Do they see this as something even feasible? Should we not be considering this because maybe they don't see it as something feasible? Maybe we need to engage them in the conversation.
I
I
would
mean,
be
I know
happy
you
to.
have.
Yeah, we'd be happy to. We've expressed our concerns with them and again, they were just starting to think about how to approach this, but I think it would be a good time to, we can invite them and re-engage.
And maybe we invite her together with Commissioner Higgins, since she is the county commissioner of these islands, to participate in neighborhoods when we bring this back. And Mr. Chair, I'm just
Love it.
suggesting we bring it back and we,
I-
bring back RER.
I agree. Let's invite Commissioner Steinberg too. We can bring her back.
There
here.
you go.
Well, obviously it's gonna be subject to somewhat to their availability. I don't want to wait too long on this. I hate to. This is an important item where I'm thinking maybe we don't have a date in January yet because we actually just have a new commissioner. And the mayor makes the appointments to the committee, so we haven't been able to set dates without knowing this is gonna still be the same body. So, but perhaps we can reach out once we have those dates finalized, and I'd be happy to bring it back in January.
My understanding is that this controversy is centered around the creation of the mooring field and the sort of displacement of other boats who might not want to park there and might annoy residents where they move to. And I just point out that the permitting process for the mooring field is a long and involved one that won't be in the next couple of months worked out. So if that is your concern, it's not that time sensitive.
Well, I think we're specifically talking about the anchoring of boats and how we can potentially create some residential zones around the island so that doesn't happen. I think that we could probably do quicker.
Because the problem already exists.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have plenty of pictures to prove it. And I saw it to some extent. It wasn't, well, actually, one of the trips I took with the Marine Patrol, it wasn't great that night. I pretty clearly saw what was being reflected in the pictures sent to me.
The issue with that is just the fact that we can only enforce observed infractions and also within our city limits. The majority of those boats that are there are still in city Miami waters, which ties our hands. The ones that are in our city, we address on a regular basis. My guys have, ever since this has started, I think they go through that area, especially Palm Hibiscus, at least twice on their shift and each shift, and that's 3 shifts throughout the day. So we spend a lot of time in that area.
Maybe we should get the city of Miami here as well for our meeting. Well, as I think some of the callers recognized, thank you for your efforts. I know you're patrolling out there. You've been very responsive every time I've reached out to you. Residents have said so as well. There's a little bit more here, but we're gonna have to move on to another item. And since we're bringing it back to January, there is the noise issue. I understand this fairly new legislation is going to create a database and certain things we can do after 3 violations, but I think we'll save that conversation. But I'm sorry, you're going to say
No,
something?
I was just gonna say, as we have in every meeting, as far as the unit goes, and I think it was said here already, it's limited tools on what we can use at enforcement. So anything that can be done to help us, by all means, we will do our part. It's just, it's very limited things that we can do with the boats in the state waters.
Commissioner, I just wanted to add that while this body considers the legislative option and policy option. Just know that your police department, led by Sergeant Resende and his team, your police department is doing everything we reasonably can and legally can to mitigate the issues raised by, I think, TK and Chris and John and Terry on the phone call tonight.
Great.
Just one more thing is I know we passed the vote that there was a new legislation, Voting Safety Act passed by the state of Florida. And I'm sure that there are loopholes or legislation embedded in there that does allow you to enforce. And that was just passed this a year ago. Like, I think it got ratified like in March, or it became effective like May. Have you looked at all those laws?
I'd have to look them all up.
It's important because these new laws are there for a reason, because it's not just our community having these problems voting. I would look at the new legislation act. It's called the Voting Safety Act, and it's there to protect just for this reason. So.
Okay, thank you. Good discussion, and hopefully we'll continue it next month with county representatives. Great, thank you. So item number 23. There we have a number of residents here, so thank you for being here. This is my item. It's to discuss lighting in South Beach. And I've been working closely with our administration and a number of the residents here. I'll give a shout out. I don't want to mention, I sometimes hesitate to call people out by name because then I miss people, but Sam Intrater, you've been a driving force behind this, so be safe. And really a lot of other people, Jonathan Plutznik, sorry if I'm leaving anybody out. But so really this item is about lighting, and it's for so many reasons. I'm probably stating the obvious, but one, it's a public safety issue. When we have better lighting, our police department has told us it's intuitive, but there are studies. Our police department tells us better lighting reduces crime. Obviously the aesthetics for our residents to enjoy, for our businesses. It's actually the first initiative I did when I was elected was to put the wrap tree lighting on 41st Street. Which then it led to the 71st Street one. I know we all have, I'm sort of singling out my accomplishments, but I think everyone here has had a big role in lighting up our city and making it better. But
The initiator of
I appreciate
the minor
that.
lights.
The minor lights. So thank you. Well, and it comes from that initiative came because for 10 years I heard residents around the Mid Beach area say, why can't we have what Surfside has? So this has evolved and it continues, and our residents continue, I think rightfully so, want more lighting, better lighting. I've been working with you, Joe, and again, at sort of with Sam and So Be Safe to try to get some smaller projects. Like, for example, by the way, everyone's invited tonight at about 7:15 after this meeting. We're going to go down and there's some wrap tree lighting between Collins and 15th and 17th.
Just north of 15th to just to Lincoln Road.
And tell them the next project, which is coming up shortly.
Yeah, right after that is we're looking at Lincoln Road East from Washington, just to east of Collins Avenue in the median area.
Okay, so I think what we want to discuss today is what can we do going forward to significantly improve the situation, the lighting in South Beach. Not only, I guess it's twofold: what we can do, where we can do it, and how fast we can do it. And some of it may require budgetary allotments, which is why I wanted to bring it to this body and then ultimately to commission, because these things do take time. And I'll tell you, there's been a couple of things in the last few months. I'm sure we all feel this way, but a couple of things we've passed, and we do a pretty good job with our budget. We do a very good job, but there's a couple of things that I didn't 100% agree with, and in my head, I'm like, wow, I would much rather see that money spent on lighting. I think it's just something you see every day, and the benefits are just tremendous. Again, from public safety and also from an enjoyment standpoint. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Joe, and obviously my colleagues, but I also want to hear from our residents who are here and came out in pretty good numbers to advocate. And I know they're. And I told this to our city manager today. I think they're forming quite a coalition, and I think we're going to start feeling some heavy pressure, which is good. That's the way to get things done, and to make us make sure we get it done quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, as you pointed out, we've been working very closely for the last several months on these smaller pocket projects, if you will, The one that we're going to be lighting up tonight is the one from just north of 15th to Lincoln Road on Collins. And we've got the next one on Lincoln Road East between Washington and Collins. We were able to appropriate the funding for these two projects because they were modest amounts of money. We were able to appropriate it from our current budget. But as I pointed out to you, and as I pointed out in the memorandum, some of these other projects, for example, I know we talked about Washington Avenue. That's a substantial project, and that would require some sort of budget approval to be able to that, because that's simply based on the current funding levels we have in our operations for public works. We simply can't just fund that.
I would much rather spend the money on permanent lighting installations than some of the artwork. There's some very expensive stuff. Somebody texted me something that we were gonna, like some artwork that we were putting in a park for like $80,000. Like, let's take some of that budget, which are tourism or arts and culture dollars, and just put it into lighting. The same thing. I would rather have, I mean, depending, I mean, I also don't want the whole city to be lit up. You don't think that's too much? And we have to be very careful the corridors that we do, but I think
Sure.
it is very merry at times. So, I mean, we don't want to go crazy, but we have these extra monies. I would speak to Lisette about taking the money from that and putting it into lighting.
I think some of that arts and culture money comes from resort tax money that has to be allocated to that. So there's certain limitations. There's certain limitations, but
This is artistic and it is cultural and it is tourism, it is in tourism frequented areas. And I think there could be a justification for it done artistically.
I think if we all agree that and kind of come up with the projects, as long as with the money, we'll have to make it happen wherever the source it comes from.
So where are we looking at extending the lighting to? Sorry.
Sam, why don't you come up?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Should I respond to your question before I speak, right? So we're asking for 23rd Street, Collins Avenue from 23rd to 5th and Washington Avenue from 17th to 5th. And if you wish, I can make a few comments on that, but if you're.
Can I just intercede for 1 second on that? So I could let Joe, but Joe and I actually took a ride one night, made a couple of trips back and forth. One of the issues, as you know, on Collins, and maybe we were talking specifically wrap tree lighting. There's actually not that many palm trees. That's why we picked 15th to 17th, as you know, Sam. And then a lot of the palm trees that are there are actually private property. So we'd have to discuss with but there's potentially other lighting options, certainly. Washington Avenue, that's 12 or 13 block stretch. I think you said that would be about $800,000.
To do lighting on both sides, it's actually about $900,000. And then to replace the lighting in the middle, which is, I know, one of the things that you had mentioned, the older generation bluer lights to the white lights, that's a couple of $100,000 to do that. It's a long stretch, a lot of palm trees.
Let me ask you, because I have placed an item on the last agenda about Ocean Drive. Ocean Drive from 14th, I guess, to 15th Street to kind of by where Joe lives, by the Drake. Have we studied how much it would cost us to enhance that area?
That would be you're talking, Commission, just to be clear, the coconut palms on the east side of Ocean Drive, correct? From 14th to 15th?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, and quite frankly, we should have uniformity of this, up and down Ocean Drive. But
Because I know we do the holiday lighting for the coconut palms during the holiday lighting, but what you would be talking about is a permanent lighting of the coconut palms. Okay. Don't have that number, but we could certainly look at and come back with and tell you what that would cost.
Yep, I had that, and I can't recall what was the other area. I'm not sure if my item, and there's an item that was referred to commission at the last meeting, that if you could please reference that.
Absolutely.
I think it was talking about creating uniformity in lighting up and down Ocean Drive, but we want to make sure that we do have that lighting to enhance the pedestrian safety of the area.
Hi, I'm Ken Copel with So Be Safe, the resident organization. And it's obvious that from a resident perspective, lighting is critical. But this discussion is economic, and it confuses me. Walking here tonight, I walked by the convention center. We just spent $620 million of residents' money on a bond, $620 million. They're breaking ground right next door to us on an 800-room convention hotel. You want to talk about money? This is real money. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because we believe it will bring money to the city, but it will also bring visitors of the sort who we want, who are peaceful and who will spend money here. Where will they go? Well, why are they here? Partially, they're here because of our brand. Our brand is largely Ocean Drive. Virtually all of our large hotels are on Collins, many of them within 10 blocks, a walking distance. And the 800-room convention hotel is 5 blocks away from 15th Street, the entrance to Ocean Drive. How will they get there? They will walk down Collins. They will walk down Washington Avenue. What will they see and what will that mean? Well, I come from advertising, but today, forget about advertising. It's all word of mouth. It's what you see and what you tell your friends and what you put on the internet. And either you like it or you don't like it. And that's what determines the economic future. I don't know a single company that would do bad packaging that would say when you look at the shelf, our product is ugly, so don't buy it. But look what we're making people do as they walk down Washington Avenue right now from this facility or down Collins Avenue. It's dark and it's dangerous. And if you don't believe that that is going to be on rating sites, and if that's not going to be on the internet, and where it's going to cause the opposite of what we did when we spent $600 million on a convention center or gave city land for a 600-room convention hotel. So if you want to talk about economics, this is bupkis. This really doesn't count.
I agree. You're preaching to the choir. And by the way, the perfect example, probably you'd pass it as well, Española Way. Look how magnificent that looks.
Exactly. And tourists are delighted. And take a look at the internet. They love it. The other thing that's true, residents love good restaurants and facilities. There aren't enough of them in town. But when you speak to potential operators, they say, there's a chicken and the egg. Make the area nice so that my risk in opening up an establishment will be lowered. Well, if you want them to come, you better make it nice. And lighting is the whole deal at this point. Right. And by the way, no pensions, no days off, none of that kind of stuff. It's not that expensive in the long run. What's been expensive is crime. Thank you.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. And actually, that's why, like, for example, 41st Street, I think was about $400,000 at the time. And I remember thinking, like, wow, considering sometimes we spend, it's not 400,000, but we hire consultants that, and then some reports written that who knows who looks at it. So I'm totally with you. The bang for the buck and actually, because the money we're talking about, the 800,000, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, that's not an annual. That is for the project, which I think lasts about 5 to 7 years.
That's a capital cost, right? Now we have to consider also there's a maintenance cost associated with all these. As you know, you see it on 41st Street. We have R&D going out there quite a bit to repair lights based on the palm fronds that come down and tear the lights because that cable is very thin. So that's a consideration. There's a capital cost and there's also a maintenance cost associated with all of these lights that we have to consider.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. I just heard about this tonight, and I was very happy to hear about it. And it also gives me a chance to let you all know the update on our restoration of our building, the Drake, a 1937 77-room hotel that is now a 31-unit condo, when condo 9293. We have been trying for 1.5 years to get final permission from the city. I talked about this with Alex the other day, because we have our 40-year certification that was interrupted several years ago by a fire. We recovered from that. And now it's been a real challenge to get permitting for right-of-way and for scaffolding, because we're right on that corner where a lot of people turn to go down Ocean Drive. And it has to be done the right way. And we have gotten finally the permission. And we're going to have to start after the holidays because it'd be too much to put up scaffolding during Christmas and New Year's. But by the second week in January, it should be going up. We have been very concerned about lighting in front of our building. And again, because of the issues we've had with the fire and getting the permission from the city to do the restoration work, we've had no lighting. We are willing to put up temporary lighting, which will get damaged when the scaffolding goes up. But I am all for good lighting. We have been victimized by crime because of poor lighting. We've had bricks thrown through our second floor windows, and it's scary. It's scary. And so we are all for it. We have also communicated to the police department, I did this 2 years ago, that we'd be very happy if the police put cameras and lights on our roof. Just go for it, do it, because it's very important. A lot of people turn that corner. And because a lot of people turn that corner, a lot of criminals are aware of that. And it's just a perfect spot to attack someone. We're very happy that the Live, Work, Play project is going ahead at the Bancroft because that will bring lighting. There have been no lights there. That whole area from Collins to Ocean on 15th. So that will help also. So we're very happy this is happening. I just wanted to add that, and I just wanted to let you know what's been holding us back. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I believe there were 2 lights out that Joe confirmed to me were fixed today.
Yes, sir. We did.
I have to head out, but here's what I will say. 100% support, and I would light up whatever you can. Do Collins, do Washington, do Ocean Drive. That way you're getting a better price because you're doing it all at the same time. So in my opinion, just do the whole thing.
I'm thinking of sitting down after that and
And I second them.
but I have just 3 lines I'd like to end to. Okay. The economic arguments are overwhelming, but So Be Safe really cares about the safety. And this is a safety issue. It's not economic. Of course, it's economics. You have to justify the money, but it's really a safety issue, not economics and not just general appearance. And the third point, I was like the financial planner for DOD for Defense Department for 5 years. And the one line the commissioners don't like to hear, this budgeters don't like to hear, money is fungible. So thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, it's great to have you all here because I think you have here 3 commissioners that we all have supported enhancing lighting in our city. We've all advocated for it. We've all presented initiatives for it, following Commissioner Minor's lead on it. And Commissioner Minor fully 100% support you as stated by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Do Ocean Drive, do Collins, do Washington. These are the most pedestrian areas of our city, perhaps where it's most urgently needed, and it'll help our police and our law enforcement in general do their job and keep the area safe. So 100% behind you.
Awesome. Awesome.
So I will
Thank
yield
you.
my time, if I may, to my son, because he's done some really interesting research.
Jacob, right?
Jacob, right? So I'll let him speak, but I echo everything. I'm so happy to hear that you're all unanimously saying that we need to light up all of.
And then I have a
Washington.
specific idea, but let's hear from Jacob first.
Good afternoon, Chair Minor and members of this committee. My name is Jacob Intrader, and I am privileged to have this opportunity to testify before all of you today. For those of you who do not know, over the past several months, I have led a team which researched and investigated the correlations between street lighting, crime, and its overall impact on our local economy. We also conducted multiple surveys from people in our community regarding the desire for street lighting. Furthermore, I recently completed a congressional internship where I was able to attend multiple hearings and briefings on crime-related issues. While most of the testifying members here today are going to be providing a qualitative assessment of the impacts of street lighting in our community, I will largely be testifying on the quantitative benefits of such additions. During our research, my team and I gathered many data points from different cities and localities. Through our in-depth research, we found that as street lighting increased, crime decreased. We also did an in-depth assessment of other factors in these cities and localities to ensure that this correlation was not due to other factors. According to Ronald Clark, along with numerous other experts in this area, lighting conditions have an impact on crime and are second in importance only to increased police presence. Furthermore, a project supported by the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services and the U.S. Department of Justice concluded that street lighting can effectively prevent crimes at all times of day. In addition, data indicated that poor street lighting can lead to an increase in violent crime. The impact of poor street lighting on violent crime was analyzed in a randomized control experiment in New York City, in which temporary high-power streetlights were randomly installed at select public housing developments. A total of 80 housing developments were prioritized and chosen for this study based on outdoor/nighttime index of crime for the past 2 years. The study found that allocating temporary streetlights to public housing developments led to a 36% reduction in nighttime outdoor index crime. And for those who don't know, index crime is more violent crime, generally speaking. A study conducted by Auburn University in the year 2000 found that a 10% increase in the aggregate violent crime rate leads to about $140 million, or in 2022 dollars, $238 million decline in international tourism revenue. Tourism is Miami's #1 job creator, historically supporting almost 145,000 jobs annually and saving Miami-Dade households as much as $1,700 in taxes annually. In 2019, tourism generated more than $1.5 billion in tax revenue, providing funding for critical services such as transportation and healthcare. At the state level, 38% of all sales taxes are paid by visitors, generating $1.4 billion in tax revenue annually. It is of tantamount importance that we protect this thriving sector of tax revenue, and any legislation or action taken by the commissioners or any other governing body to institute more street lighting will be paid for in an increase in aggregate tourism revenue. Our surveys have indicated a strong desire among both tourists and residents to increase street lighting, with 63% of all surveyed parties expressing an either strong or moderate desire to add street lighting. This number, however, increased to over 94% when participants of the survey were told that street lighting could be paid for in long-term aggregate tax revenue. Through the research of our team, as well as that of other parties, we have been able to conclude that street lighting acts as an effective deterrent to crime and is the most cost-effective measure of doing so. I strongly urge the commissioners to take any action necessary to solve this pressing issue. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions.
That's great. Awesome.
Lobbyist, you could be a lobbyist now.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. You've clearly done your homework. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe. The Johnson study, and I know we had 50 million originally, then we cut it down to 10 million. Can we utilize any of those funds?
That money is specifically to street lighting, not aesthetic. This is aesthetic lighting, decorative lighting. So I don't think that money, most of that money is GO bond money associated with the Johnson Controls study, the street lighting master plan. So, Commissioner, I'd have to look into that. I don't know if that would qualify for that.
I guess the other option is, what do my colleagues think if we make a referral to finance for $1 million in lighting?
Second your motion.
It's gonna cost more though if you want to do Ocean too. So yeah, whatever it's gonna cost, do the estimate of what you guys were planning on Ocean Drive. Do a scope and just get one estimate.
So you want us to go ahead, just so that I'm clear on my marching orders. Combine the Ocean Drive, the Washington Avenue.
And for purposes of being efficient with staff and committees and all that, with this item incorporating what I had requested in a separate item, we can do away with my other item, just marry to this.
Very good, sir. Okay.
Well, recommendation for lighting.
Now you have to show up to the finance meeting.
Been
off financial record.
Got a lot of info in
And obviously we'll continue to work, maybe it'll come back to this committee at some point, but we'll continue to work with the residents and the city administration as to what exactly we're looking for. I think we all know, we've been talking about it. The other thing we talked about, I don't know if we've done, is communicating with the Washington Avenue bid and seeing their participation and potentially even some funding from them, because they initially put up the bluish lights, which we're looking to do the warm white lighting, but they had originally done that. So maybe there's an avenue there as well.
We can certainly look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have had some public comments waiting
Great.
virtually.
Thanks.
Our first virtual caller is Tanya. Tanya, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I really love the lights. They're great. I ride Meridian every night on my way home from work, and it's gone from being approached by several drug dealers every night and being scared to go that way to seeing people doing Instagram. Like literally, I have to go around the people doing the Instagram, and you know, that's really what it's going to take. It's going to take flooding social media with beautiful pictures rather than the twerking on cop cars. You know, like we just have to, you know, ratio it out. Since the streetlights were mentioned, there's a big problem with the streetlights. Like, let's do more of this lighting, but let's also look at these streetlights. There was miles and miles of streetlights out in Mid Beach, which is a very high crime area now. You know, why is this happening? Why is it the public that has to mention it that it's happening? What there's like, you know, how many city employees riding around in trucks and cars that could notice that and report it? Like, streetlights shouldn't be out for months. But I'm leaving town soon. I'm leaving. I've had enough. I would like to say thank you, Commissioner Mina, Alex, KRG. I mean, you're tireless. You got more energy than me, and God bless you all. You know, thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Tanya. God bless you too. Hey, Joe, tell us about the smart street lighting.
Certainly. So
And really specifically, really Tanya's point, if a light's out right now, I mean,
Right.
you're great, by the way. Anytime I email you or text you, it's done in the day, but can we get away from that eventually where
Yes, the intent of the smart street lighting program is that not only will we be able to control the lights from a simple app, but also dim lights. For example, in some neighborhoods, some of the complaints that we get are that maybe the lights are too bright in the middle of the night. So we can adjust the lighting at that point so there's not that much spillage into private property. Things like that. The lights are a lot more efficient from an energy perspective. There's a lot of possibilities. The system basically talks to so we're able to control it citywide.
what's the plans for that?
Well, right now we're going through the phase where we're looking at implementing some pilot projects as part of phase 2, which would be part of the $10 million that are associated with the street lighting master plan.
How does it work with because a lot of the lighting is the county's, not ours. How does it work with that?
Right. So our primary focus is obviously we'd be focusing on lights that are owned and operated by the city. But in terms of the analysis to make sure that we don't have different types of lights and all that, we are also looking at Miami-Dade County's lights as well. So that's included in the study, as well as the FPL lights and the DOT lights. So the street lighting master plan looks at all the lights in totality. And then obviously our first priority would be to replace and put new lights that are part of the streets system.
You're gonna love this question. When's that pilot start?
We're hoping that we're going to start implementing some of these projects sometime in summer of next year.
2023.
2023. That's right now what we're pushing for. We're going through some challenges right now with Johnson Controls, but we feel that we can get some of these projects out hopefully by summer of 2023.
Okay, great. Do we have more callers? Thanks, Joe.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Our next caller is Wayne Roberts.
Thank you. Technology is great. Lighting, security cameras will have an impact on crime and the sense of residents that they're safe as well as the tourists. The only thing I might add is, I don't know the budgets. I don't know how many contract, that it went to bid, if there's 2 or 3 bids. It seems like it shouldn't cost more than $500 a tree. How many trees are there? Like, I don't understand the $1.5 million, like, how many trees are we talking about? So I would like to make sure that the city government spends the money wisely, and that maybe even we use internal resources. We have 2,400 employees. How many of them are DPW? How many can string lights during the day? We need to be more effective with how we spend it, but certainly spending it on technology versus manpower for policing and stuff like that will have 20 times the impact for each dollar spent. So I'm all for technology. I do have an issue if I was living near the lights, that it would shine into my apartment or home, and we need to be cognizant of that. And I'm glad that the LED lights can be dimmed after a certain hour if residents are so inclined near it. But I do respect everything that we talked about tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, Wayne.
Our next caller is Matthew Goltanoff.
Hi, good evening. And I want to thank everyone who spoke on this item. I did ride home from City Hall, and I got to ride through those wonderful lights on Meridian Avenue. And it really is some nice eye candy, especially for the drivers. And also it's really neat to see the lights on 41st Street as well. One of the other callers and that young gentleman also spoke about, the issue of lighting, and in our arts, culture, and entertainment district, you can see the lack of lighting on Collins Avenue, north of 5th Street, on Ocean Drive, even north of 5th Street. There is very little lighting on the street and on the sidewalks. And it's very, very obvious when you turn onto a side street and any of those numbered streets are extremely bright, or you go on Washington Avenue, which the city does control, and it's extremely bright. The street is well lit, the sidewalks are well lit, but yet you go to Collins Avenue and it's exactly the opposite. It is dark. If there are no cars on the street, it is dark and you cannot see. Ocean Drive, that east sidewalk, the wonderful bicycle lane as well, it's dark at night. And it's dangerous because there's a lot of people there, and perhaps you might not see someone. So I just, again, want to reiterate, I know this item's about decorative lighting, but we have some challenges today on our streets in our most dense areas where they are not properly lit, and whatever could be done. I know that Commissioner Fernandez, we talked about Collins Avenue before you were commissioner, when you were on the planning board as well. So I know that you're aware of that, and whatever we can do to light our public streets and our public sidewalks would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew.
Our last caller is Mitch Novick.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This has been an interesting discussion. While I have Joe Gomez is here, the southwest corner of Jefferson and 9th, that street light has been on for 7 years in the daytime. It might benefit all of us if that could get corrected. In regard to decorative lighting, it should be kept in mind the temperature, the Kelvin temperature. It should be pleasing to the eye, something about 2,700 degrees Kelvin, as opposed to what we see in front of the Clevelander. Those blue lights, the temperature must be 5,000 or 6,000 degrees Kelvin. It really is problematic and not pleasant to the eye. And keep up the good work regarding this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Okay, no more callers. I think you have your guidance.
My guys are already out there.
Awesome. We're gonna head over. Anybody wants to come, we're gonna head over and do the lighting presentation. Thanks for all your hard work, Joe, and to all of you for residents for making this happen.
So we have items that we haven't finished. Do these get carried over to the next? Oh, we've done. Are we adjourning or? Okay. So. I don't think they know.
Meeting adjourned.